Oh my god, KB's early? What the fuck?
I'm here. Not early. I'm right on time. By my
Well,
watch.
you were almost early, but you're right on time. Like literally right on time.
Hello, fellas.
What's up, bro?
No.
It may be a surprise to you, but KB was right on time.
What?
Oh
That's a
yeah.
first.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Wow.
I started drinking earlier in the day.
Oh, that's why you stayed home. Gotcha. Anybody see that roll instead?
Oh right. Where?
No,
Where?
not
Where? Where's
not the
my roll
Arcana
player?
roll, but
The weapon.
bro, I'm asking like the most recent rolls. I rolled Arcana, but I rolled another one. Did anybody see that roll? Or is
The
that
second
invisible?
one, no.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to be sure.
I want to see the weapons because they changed how you roll the weapons now on the freaking Beyond 20. Oh my god, it rolls everything now. Hell yeah.
Oh, I want to see this.
Yeah, because you don't individually click the things anymore because there's no longer squares there. You just hit the freaking weapon icon and just rolls everything.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so you don't have the toggle on anymore.
Oh man. I'm ready to get to a town so we can finally level up.
Oh, what the fuck do you mean? We're not leveling up?
No, I'm sorry. I'm ready to get to a town so we can.
That's funny. You think we're leveling up?
No, I don't think we are. I'm ready to get to a town so we
Probably in like
can.
the next 2 months for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll probably level 11 by
Because if we take the time in Astera, we'll only have like 4 days to freaking get the spyglass for Harry.
Oh, are we getting a
So it's
spyglass
like
again?
very cutting it, and that's assuming we manage to make Astera a resting place that we can rest.
By the way, are we rolling HP or are we not doing that? I'm waiting until like till the actual level up to do that. Do I know? magic conch, Dan. Shut up.
I mean,
I think I
Rob
did.
knows it, it, everyone
Yeah,
knows
uh-huh. Maybe.
it. Hey, Debbie.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, look, the pizza man made it.
Just in time. Almost.
No, he's late.
Minute late. He's a minute late, yeah. PM listed
Ripperoni.
on session. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
The fucking pizza guy.
Pizza guy knew what was going on tonight.
He's like, I know my mission. I don't
Yep.
care if it's free for him. Oh wait, that doesn't exist.
Yep.
He was literally going like 5 miles an hour, and then sees the time like, okay, time to accelerate now.
Hello, everyone. Give me a
No.
moment. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Yo.
So,
Oh,
I believe everyone got their experience.
I did.
Also, Dune. That's a hard oof.
Yeah, that's that hurts my pride, honestly. That hurts my heart.
You want to make that public?
He rolled a 200 HP, didn't
He
he?
rolled
Yes, I
his
did.
2 on his HP. So that's a rough one, my lad, because
Yeah.
ones are save, twos is a done for nothing.
Yeah. That's a
Dude,
ripperoonie, dude.
I remember I was running the module for my friends, and they always roll twos. I was like, I'm like, guys, come on. At this point, I'm starting to think we should roll twos, dude. Like, come on, what are you doing?
so I always take average.
Yeah, I mean, for a D8, it's not that bad.
For
Yeah,
barbarians,
yeah, for
personally,
D12.
Yeah.
it pains me because I've been there before as a level 20 barbarian before. Whoo! When you get those twos, it hurts because the ones you can bounce back, but those twos, those threes, oh,
Yeah.
Because
it's
like
painful.
average is 7, right? And if you get like a 6
Average
or
is
a
7.
5, it's not that bad.
Four,
Like anything
because
below,
4 to 6 is like okay, you can
Like-
live with. Everything
Yeah.
above average is like okay, fantastic.
Exactly.
Anything double figures, you're in heaven. But the
Mhm.
moment that you reach that like 4 and under, it hurts.
Yeah.
Edoids.
To be fair,
You're so bad.
It's balancing out because last time I rolled a 12, so it's balancing out right now.
Okay,
Right.
Thanos, calm down.
Perfectly balanced.
That's all things should be.
All right, Tolius, calm down.
What? So, for those that do not remember, for those that aren't here, we're not here last week. A little reminder. I see that we have 2 people that are not currently here, but I have a feeling that one is not going to be here for a minute, and the other is not accounted for at the moment. So, let's go ahead and account for those that are here. I know that Vrek is not going to be here for the first half. So, Daisy, are you present?
Yo,
Dune, are you present?
I'm crying, but yes, I'm here.
Professor, are you here?
Yep.
Excellent. The group has succeeded in their ambush and successfully extracted the hostages and local targets that they were wanting to take care of, removing the influence of not only the Zentarum, the Chainbearers, and the male trolls that were currently residing within this large chasm that they had been preparing some form of ambush. You guys are now currently hobbling away after seeing Dune going into a rampaging rage, even attacking some of your allies in some form of wild, unknown fury that seems to be familiar to some of you, unfamiliar to others. Dune is currently unconscious once again.
Yep.
After being knocked out by Daisy.
Mhm.
The rest of the group are starting to carefully disperse, gathering materials that are
Didn't I
immediately
paralyze
at
him and knock him
hand.
out with that poison bolt? What I remember.
No.
that was the first.
Oh
that was
yeah.
the combat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
what's the first
re-knocked
time,
his
wasn't it?
ass down
Yeah.
again.
So,
Right.
Okay.
I think I've only been down 3 times, so I'm at exhaustion 3.
You
unless
are
there's
you are
one.
very exhausted. Dune
Okay.
is
You've been
very
down
much
twice,
exhausted.
but since you had the effects of the Fury Barbarian, you got a exhaustion when you went out of the Fury.
Mhm.
Okay, hold on. So, just make sure I'm so the Fury thing and then me going down was all just 1, correct? Or was that 2?
You are currently at 3, I believe.
But Daisy knocked me out twice, didn't she?
Knocked you out twice,
No,
so
once.
3
I
total.
knocked you out once, Daisy
I
knocked
knocked
you
you
out
out
once.
once.
3
Yeah.
total.
Okay, cool.
You fell
sure.
down to 0 HP once
Mhm.
from the original attack. Then it was the exhaustion from your rage,
Hmm.
and then it was the additional knocking out from Daisy's second knocking out.
Cool, I
Because
just
I
wanna be
believe it's the
sure.
professor that got you first, and then Daisy got you the second.
Yep. I just want to be sure I was keeping up correctly. Thank you.
Yeah. So you are currently at 3 points of exhaustion.
I am a big tired boy.
You are very, very tired. So at
Yeah.
this moment in time, keep in mind, I don't think you guys have any beads of restoration or refreshment. at the
Vannon has
moment.
them all. Vannon
He has them
on
all.
him.
Okay.
I could have sworn he put a couple.
So
There might be a couple in the bag of holding.
No, I'm pretty sure the bag has
Did he take 'em all?
Uh,
because he took them.
so at this moment in time, Dune, you have disadvantage on ability checks, attacks, and saving throws, and your speed is halved.
Yep.
The rest of the group, some of them are dispersing, gathering the nearby materials and nearby pouches of gold or nearby currency that you can find on the nearby bodies, which I have put into the chat. Salvaged from the bodies that were at least usable or can be possibly sold in the future. You have found 37 short swords, 3 longbows, 8 light crossbows, 2 daggers. Of the armor, there is 10 sets of leather armor, 3 sets of studded leather armor, 1 set of chainmail. Of the currency that you have found on the immediate people's
No,
person,
you do the winner.
you have found 32 platinum pieces, 644 gold pieces, 400 electrum pieces, 1,501 silver pieces, and 52 copper pieces.
Rob, where'd you note all this stuff at?
It's in
It
the
should be in the
chat.
Roll20 chat.
Roll20 chat. Got you. Okay.
If
okay.
you are needing weights, give me a moment.
Oh god, yeah. Oh my god, there's no way we could fit all that. I haven't got an exact number on the weight in
Look,
the bag of holding, but there's
just-
no chance. No.
Just grab the currency.
Yeah, there's
The
no
rest,
way we could fit
fuck
all
it.
that equipment. All that equipment will not fit in the bag of holding. I know that much.
Okay, so just for note, because I have the book now. I actually am keeping this book on me at all times, 100%. Let's see.
Boop.
So, short swords are boop boop boop. So a short sword is 2 pounds each. So you're looking at 74 pounds in the short swords alone.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're taking the money.
The light crossbows, there are 8 of them, and they're each 5 pounds, so that's 40 pounds each.
Yeah.
The longbows are 2 pounds, so that's 6 pounds total. Daggers are 1 pound each. Are you keeping any of the weapons at all?
I could-
Because none of these are showing to be magical.
I could use an extra dagger, so I'm just gonna grab one of the daggers and just kind of like slide it
You-
into my belt.
You know,
Okay.
what if, hear me out, we grab 8 camels, we dog sled everything to the city, profit.
I was thinking we could hand the 37 short swords out to the troll
Just for
children.
note, a lot of the armor does have the crests and the significant signs of either chain bearers or Zentarum. More specifically, the studded leather armor does have the crest of the Zentarum on them. The 10 sets of leather armor and the 1 set of chainmail has the crest of the chain bearers on them. So they will be recognized.
Okay.
Leave him. Leave him.
Yeah. Yeah,
we
that's
just dog
not worth
sled the
it.
weapons.
Got the if we need disguises, we got the rogue. I'm gonna stick all this cash in the bag of holding unless someone
Okay.
really wants to pocket some. Okay.
Just put all of it in there.
So you're basically digging a hole, dumping the armor in there, and then basically covering it back up.
Sure. And we're handing the 37 short swords out to the troll children.
You want to die? Tullius will kill you.
Yeah, if you make that known and he sees you, like, bring out the short swords to possibly start arming the troll children, he's just gonna look at you like, dumb. As
Yeah,
he
not
is
gonna do that.
currently in the process of taking care of the 5 smaller figures that are currently in the cart. In the caged cart, should I say.
We're
Well,
still missing one
4
lock, aren't we?
2 locks, and there's 4 small figures and a lamb.
Oh, did we find
Yep.
the key? And within like all the bodies, because that was what Random was doing before we ended.
Yes. You will find on the lead individual covered in tentacles, mostly charred, however, you will find dangling on his neck what seems to be a dark golden key that seems to be smothered in either ash or some burned gore that seems to be nearby from the
Why
initial
not both?
blast. Yep.
Okay, so how are we opening this last one?
The key he found, does that look like it goes to the 2 magical locks or the one really complicated lock in the middle?
The one in the middle is.
Okay.
You do
So
notice that there is golden engravings around the center lock, which does match the golden engravings to the key.
Okay, that's great. So I'm gonna take. Daisy, are you gonna? Can you dispel one of the locks? And
I already did the
I'll-
top one. I'm out
Okay.
of spells.
I'm gonna call Vrek over and have him assist me in picking the bottom lock, and just say if I lock up, please pull me away from the lock.
Let's see.
Just a heads up,
I
I don't
need
have second levels.
to.
I'm done.
Bannon was
Hold
fine
on.
as soon as I pulled him away from the lock.
Yes. He seemed to slowly return to his normal state. Let me see here.
Actually,
Rick is gonna open
Professor,
this.
do you mind if I try something? Before
No,
you
no,
try
Evan,
to...
yeah, go for it.
Okay. Harry did his magic thing on his goggles to detect magic. Could I have Harry check if the carriage bars are still magical, or if the magic has dissipated after getting blasted?
He is already adjusting the lenses as you're saying this, and you see him already inspecting the cart as you're doing so. He's already like kneeling down, already trying to recover from the recent combat, as he is still pretty messed up from the initial attack. He is looking over the cage for a moment. Will look over towards you, Daisy, as you ask. Give you like a finger of 1 second, almost done. Will adjust the lenses once more before finally he will nod, look over towards you. Bars no longer enchant. No. Bottom lock does seem to still maintaining some form of magical
As
enchantment.
long as I
What
don't
type?
trigger the lock, it should be fine.
What type of lock? What type of magic? Seems to be a mixture of abjuration and 1 moment. He's gonna adjust the lenses again, trying to get a more closer look to what the spell is. Enchantment.
Hmm.
Sounds about right.
All right. Wait. How wide are like the dimensions of the interior of like the cart, or hell, the cart in general? How big is it? Like its dimensions.
The card itself is 10 foot wide and 15 foot long. It seems to be around about 12 foot tall.
Okay. So I'll go. Tullius, can you tell the children to move to the left side of the cart, please? And please hold the sheep.
He is going to carefully beckon the children over to the left side, also pulling the sheep over, who looks over at you and just meh, pulls
Alright.
the sheep over. So all of the children on the one side of the cart.
Alright, so since they're now occupying half of the cart, the other half is now free. So I'm going to try to use the barrier of thorns from the arm of the Groven Guardian to expand out the bars of the cart. That way we can avoid having to lockpick it.
Interesting. Let me see here. Let me go ahead and recheck.
Yes,
this item.
and it is a 10-foot long, 5-foot thick, and 10-foot high barrier of thorns.
Okay.
So since they are now on the other half, shouldn't be a problem.
So, what you see is the vines rise and they begin to wrap around the bars, but not seem to expand between them. It seems to fill in the space as if to
Right.
block it in, but not to essentially destroy. This is something that is meant to protect and blockade to stop creatures from getting through, but not exactly to destroy the surrounding environment.
Gotcha.
You've
Alright,
you've
makes
you've
sense.
seen this before whenever Dune summoned the vines in Trist. Whenever you went into that building and the front room, you saw the vines extend and wrap around the front door to essentially create a barrier, but you didn't see it like destroy the foundations of the building to do so. You saw the vines essentially wrap around to fill in that space.
Okay, gotcha.
So at this moment in time, the wall of vines wraps around, fills in the space on one half of the cart, and you do see the cart seem to rise slightly from the elevation of the vines, which causes Tullius to like, is this supposed to be happening? And he like presses his hands against the leaning cart.
Yeah, seeing that it's not it's not doing what I wanted it, I'll dissipate them.
At a
Okay.
glance, how complicated does that bottom lock look? Expert eye.
Not that complicated. It would
God,
make
don't worry about it, Daisy.
it would basically make anyone that would normally see anyone that is practitioned in picking locks think it would be very easy to take care of in comparison to the.
Okay. Yeah, just let me crack this
Oh, that's
sucker
why
open. We'll be
it's
okay.
the enchantment. It has the enchantment to fool you. So it's probably really hard.
Yeah, I mean, if we've seen what happens if someone fails, it's not doesn't
Alright.
hurt.
I pat him on the
Uh,
back and give him guidance and wish him the
Professor.
best of luck.
Yeah,
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check. Just base intelligence.
I am good at these.
If are you, I will say you
Hey!
can add your proficiency as well to this.
So that would be 18.
18. You would know that these locks are known in the business as red herrings. You would also know them to be known as mimic key locks. Essentially, they are fashioned to be easy to the eye for like low leveled and like novice lock pickers to make you think that they are an easy target.
Okay.
However, are usually built to be enchanted with certain spells that could possibly hold the person in place for extended amounts of time to essentially allow the original holder of the lock to find the thief.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. No,
You would
lock's no joke.
believe that a lot of spells, including hold person or other spells that include the same kind of fashion, usually are placed into these kinds of locks.
Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky. If I all of a sudden lock up, just kind of pull me away from the lock, and I'll fall out
Alright,
eventually.
but let's keep Vrek here.
Oh yeah,
nearby,
Breck.
and
I want
and
Breck to assist me.
I give you guidance, and then let's hope, you know.
Can Breck assist me to the point I can get advantage on this lock?
All right, go ahead and
Well, can I get advantage if Breck assists?
Fred can assist. Yes.
Tools. Use tool. We gotta reset everything. That's what we do. Proficient. I gotta roll it twice because it doesn't let me advantage. So we'll see how this first one goes. Not great. That's probably not gonna do it. Here's hoping the next one's a little better.
Remember, you have a D4 from guidance.
Okay. I mean, I could throw that after I roll at advantage, right, and then add it
Correct.
to the higher one. Okay. There it is. There we go for an even 30. Oh no, never mind. I thought it was 26. It is 26 now.
It would be 29 regardless if you got a 4.
26. Regardless, you move up with the assistance of Rek. You are able to maneuver over to the bottom lock, adjusting and using both your tools at the same time. Are able to essentially haphazardly trigger the trap to cause the magical effect to go off before quickly maneuvering and disarming the trap from within it to essentially deactivate the trap from inside the lock. You would believe that this lock is essentially unlocked, given that there is no lock inside, just the trap.
Okay. All right, piece of cake. Good. Unlock. Use that key you got and unlock the last one. The door should open.
Or Vannon, you have the honors.
Isn't Vannon inside the cart?
Nope.
No, he was
Nope.
outside.
How did we got him outside?
He
I just-
missed. He stepped out.
Oh yeah, he did. Okay, yeah. No, it's only fair you open it then, man.
Just need me to knock it down.
No, just opened the middle lock.
Yeah, we got the top and bottom lock taken care of, and that complicated middle lock we found the key to. So, I'm assuming Daisy hands you the key.
What you mean? Vannon found the key.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Vannon found you have the key, so you handed it to Daisy, and she hands it back to you just for fun, and then. We'll go from there.
Yeah, so Vanny will open the lock.
Okay. You will unlock the middle lock. Reasonably easy. The sound of a heavy lock echoes out into the air, and you're able to pull the cage door open.
I
You
can't
still
speak with animals, by the way,
okay.
to understand what the sheep is saying.
You can hear. While the rest of you are hearing meh, meh. You can hear a voice calling out into the air. This is so much fun! I'm so fluffy!
I look at Talia. Talia, your son enjoys being a sheep.
Why am I not surprised? All right, children, let's make our way out.
He'll carefully begin to guide the masked and cloaked individuals out of the cage until eventually all 5 of them, including the sheep, are led out of the cage, leaving it empty.
As promised, I will guide you to a hidden stash that I have nearby. Thank you all again. This isn't permanent, right?
And he'll look down towards the sheep.
Depends on your definition of permanent.
I look over to Vannon. Is it permanent?
Vanny just shrugs his shoulders and walks off.
I think you're gonna need a high level dispel potentially to bring it back. It's just not gonna wear off on its own, as far as I know.
I'll do it
I-
tomorrow.
Daisy can
I
take care
do
of it.
believe I have some materials at the stash that I have towards the north. Could change that, yes, unless you are wishing to save your resources. I wouldn't want to be a further burden to you.
Well, dispelling magic doesn't really require anything but energy, which I do not have right now, so that's why I said tomorrow.
Right.
Since it is technically already sunset, as I point to starry sky.
He'll look up.
Perhaps time is now for rest instead of further demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll look down towards the smaller figures before looking around at everyone.
I don't suppose anyone here is good at cooking.
Well, would you believe it? Vrek, your time to shine.
Vrek is gonna look over for a moment. And will telepathically speak towards you, Daisy. Oh, what exactly would you want me to create for the young ones?
What do you want to feed them? I ask Tullius.
They eat normal things, meats, vegetables, fruits. Although
Are
I think
trolls
right
edible?
now, I think
Are trolls edible?
Yes.
Technically,
That's me asking at the end.
yes. Technically, roll me a nature check.
I'm gonna guidance myself as well.
Oh, we are about to freaking okay.
I'm curious what
Someone say
bullet tastes
monster
like.
delicious in dungeon. Yes, indeed.
Yes, we are about to delicious in dungeon. Okay. You've never really considered it before. However, you would believe that meat is meat, and you would know that these trolls are reasonably meaty and strong, especially given that they were younger and stronger than the trolls that you had seen towards the south. So you would believe that they would provide a very gamey-like meat. You would also believe, given that nature check, that the bullet that had also been killed would also sustain to be reasonably tender meat. However, you would also know that bullets usually also consume stones and underground gems whenever they burrow underground.
Oh boy. Daisy's double-sided acting up. Okay, she'll look at Tullius and I'm like, so would that be troll meat or bullet meat?
Tullius just stares at you for a moment, tilts his head
You said
slightly.
meat.
I believe that diet would be more sustainable to bullet. I don't think that they've had troll before. Myself, on the other hand, I would prefer troll.
Okay, I look at Rek, I'm like, alright, we're cooking troll meat and bullets.
Vrek will just stare at you, Daisy, and will just look at the trolls, look at you, and just shake his head.
Okay, that's out of the question.
I do not condone with the desecration of these kind.
Okay. So anything that's not meat, can you prepare that?
Perhaps.
I was talking to Rek, sorry,
Oh.
Tullius.
Anything that's not meat,
Yes,
Vrek
because
is
right
gonna
now,
look around.
the only meat is that meat.
Yeah, Vrek's gonna look around for a moment. Will just shake his head slightly. Do not see any sustainable agriculture around here. Would need to find a exterior source, or perhaps one that is possibly deeper underground.
I look at Tullius and I'm like, think rations for tonight.
Right.
I
know.
hand him 6 rations.
Okay. He will carefully begin to move over, kneeling down in front of each of the cloaked. Oh, no issues with cooking the dogs. Okay. So
So we're eating bullet tonight.
apparently meat's back on the menu, boys.
Roll it back. We're eating bullet tonight. Okay. So yeah, I would say, well, Tullius, time to bring those bullets up somehow.
Beat me to it, Rob. Dang it.
Yep. So Vrek is going to move over to the boulette. He's gonna cook the bullets.
I would say I would help Rek dissect the bullet so that we can open it up, see if it has any gems inside, so that it doesn't get mixed with the food.
Okay.
And I invite the proficient doctor.
Right. So you will need. Are you proficient in? Are you proficient in survival?
No, only proficient in medicine.
Are you proficient in nature?
No.
Okay. All right. So, I will say the most you can do in providing assistance to Vrek at this moment in time would be guidance, which I believe Vrek already has.
Okay, that's fine.
However, here's what we can do. Instead, he is going to Flash of Genius, allowing you to do guidance in their stead.
Mm-hmm.
So you can cast guidance, allowing them to get
A D4. Yeah.
D4. So it will be nature with the D4, but no advantage. Hey. So,
Damn.
plus Flash of Genius, which is a +5.
And then with it's a flat 30, even if you roll
Yeah,
higher
flat
than that.
30. Yeah. Okay. So Vrek is familiar with the makings of the Boulette, seeing as they are a underground dwelling individual, and probably has probably has come across bullet meat in the past or has somehow salvaged or harvested the remains of a bullet or has at least seen it before. And you do know where exactly the usual larger stomach of the bullet is. Throughout your next, like, 2 hours or so, you are able to extract the stomachs of the bullets, which you do see are forming reasonably large-sized, what looks to be small rocks or boulders from within the very thick-looking, acid-filled sacks. You'll see Vrek look over towards you, Daisy, and will offer a scalpel-like knife. It would be wise to step away from the opening once it is extracted. Not only the contents, but also the acid will be revealed.
Yes, fair enough. Just
I, however, will continue the harvest for tonight's meal,
mm,
and he will offer the scalpel to you to continue the process with the stomach, and
right.
Vrek will move over and start harvesting pieces of the meat. And you can see, kind of like a cow with the rib cage, Vrek is starting to peel away some of the outer hide, starting to pull back, showing a very gamey, almost whitish looking.
Did Rob die?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Because you said white and then boom.
Oh, a white gamey looking meat.
Oh, okay. Alright. Can I take the stomach to like the edge of the cliff,
Yes.
and then I'm going to try to dissect it so that it opens towards the valley, and the acid falls out that way.
Okay. Daisy, you're pulling away. I would say at this point, Dune, you would be coming back to consciousness as well. Harry, welcome.
Sorry about that.
Van, welcome. You guys would be preparing for the night, as Tullius is currently in the process of handing out ration. Vrek is currently in the process of harvesting and currently setting up a campfire to cook some meat. Daisy seems to be making her way over to the cliffside, where she is holding 5 very heavy-looking sacks that seem to be fleshy, looking like stomachs of the larger bullet creatures that have been. Anything anyone wishes to do as not.
When doing much of, he's probably just going to lay down, just keep laying down where he was laying down and just stare at the sky, the ceiling, wherever he's at.
You stare up. Silence, which is first time since respite. No longer feel that same presence.
I'll just close my eyes and take in the peace that I have for right now. And enjoy it while it lasts.
Excellent. Anyone else?
Is it dissection time then?
I would believe so, unless anyone going on. So, go ahead and roll me a medicine check.
Alright, I will guidance myself as well beforehand.
Okay.
19.
19. You are able to carefully slice down. First, stomach, you strike down, uh, cutting a little too thin on the first strike. You're like, okay, a little thicker than expected, and you strike down the second, and immediately a greenish-like acid expels out, frothing out from the opening. You just see the liquid pouring out. A few strands of stone that seem relatively familiar to the uh, reddish and pale like orange tan like stone to reside in this general area. However, you will notice that there does seem to be a few geodes of gems that seem to be residing in the uh, deeper pockets of the bullet stomach.
Alright, I would use the. Wait, where are you? I would use the Jade Extender to move them out, since the Jade Extender is indestructible.
Mm.
So
Using the Jade Extender,
Mhm.
pouring them out, carefully extracting out some of the stones and the nearby gems, as well as one larger cluster of a geode that seems to slide out onto the front. You're able to carefully extract out a few. A few of the times you're starting to pull some of the stones out, and some of them clatter down into the chasm. Some of which do spatter out and essentially shatter into a few, essentially priceless and no longer of immediate value. However, eventually, after extracting the remains of the fifth stomach, you do have what seems to be a reasonably nice little pile of gems and geodes from the inside of the stomach.
Alright, then I would create water and make it rain so it washes away the acid.
Okay.
And then I would collect them
Okay.
after having neutralized the acid.
Go ahead and check real quick how much you got. Okay. So what you have found is okay. You have found what seems to be a large geode of amethyst. That seems to be around about 7 pounds. And you would believe, after inspection, that it could be worth around about 150 gold pieces. The second one seems to be a reasonably nice-looking diamond. That you could probably believe to be the nice size of around 2 to maybe 400 gold pieces. I'm not entirely sure, but it's in that mid-range. You will find a much larger-looking ruby that seems to be fashioned and shaped. Even looks to be chipped to the point where it's actually been shaped into a more rounded, like, orb shape. Very rough exterior. However, you do believe to the right click, it could go up to maybe 400 to 500. Apart from that, you'll gather the remaining gems. Be a smattering of all kinds of little geodes, gems, and crystals that you would believe to maybe possibly mix between around 75 to pieces.
75 to what?
75 to 100 gold pieces total.
Alright. Alright. I'll put these in my bag.
For note, so the geode is 7
7
pounds.
Mm-hmm.
The diamond, that's around 2 to 400, looks to be maybe 1 pound. The ruby looks to be around 4 pounds, and the bag of crystals and gems that you have is around 5 pounds.
Okay.
Just in case you want to put it in the bag.
Yeah. So I'll take the small clattering, put it in the bag of holding. Then I'll continue calculating the weight that I can carry, and I will tell the rest after that.
Okay. So Daisy is working on those gems. Everyone else, what do you wish to do? Night falls.
Did Valen find anything on the wizards that you're searching for?
Let's see. Which one are you going for? Because you did find 2 spellcasters, apart from the Zentarum agent that was at the front.
Actually, I was going to try to hit both of them.
Yeah. Let's see. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check, please, Bannon.
1 or 2.
2, please.
15, 16.
Gotcha. Checking over the first one. The first guy was essentially blasted from the original carpet bomb. His clothing is mostly charred. Did have a robe that seemed to represent the chain bearers. However, it is mostly turned into tatters and charred remains. Any particular arcane components or materials that he did use were also destroyed by the original carpet bomb. You saw that he did have the remains of what seemed to be a wand in his hand. However, that was also destroyed by the carpet bomb. Any particular pieces of material or anything that seems to be like pieces of paper or parchments that were at his belts and sides were also destroyed by the carpet. You will see that amongst some of the nearby burnt remains, you will see what looks to be a singular piece of parchment. Half of it has been burnt to mostly a darkened cinder. However, the first half does essentially say, Chaincaller Arvix, our supposed suspect, is making his way towards
Northwest of what?
Northwest of the chasm. Prepare for interference. We do not believe he is alone.
They never
If-
expected it to blow up.
If needed, please call upon. And you see that's essentially where it's been burnt out.
Call upon who? Or what? Do I see anything on the other one?
The other one, yes. Going over to the other one, to the upper side of the chasm, who had essentially fallen after being picked out of the sky. You had seen the individual be shot out. You do see that there is what looks to be a entrance wound on one side of the temple and an exit wound on the other side of the temple that is much larger, showing signs that the final kill was probably. You'll see that the individual is holding what seems to be the remains of a wand. but clearly not magical based on the fact that the tip has been from the initial fall. You'll see that this also seems to be a chain mage, displaying the broken chain, uh, the hands with the broken chains around the wrists. You'll see that there are a few pouches, mostly for arcane material, that you recognize to be most for practitioners in some reasonable mid to low range leveled spells. You'll see as well what looks to be another notice that has been given, essentially telling you the rest of the lore that you had found earlier, which is that should you fall into combat, please contact Dragon Queen Initiate Gruvara.
Vara. And would Bandit remember who that is, or?
No. You have not heard of Gruvara. And you'll essentially see at the bottom of that would be a familiar name to you. One Alistair Darkgrove.
Who could that be?
You'll see as you move over to the tentacled individual. Both mages don't seem to have anything of particular value except for from what you can, apart from the occasional gold that you found on their person. You will find that around 400 of that gold was actually on one of those. You'll find that 400 of the gold that you had found earlier, that I posted earlier, 400 of that was on one of those boys. So that guy was. However, moving around, you'll find moving to the edge over here. That getting a close inspection, you'll find that moving to the edge, you'll see that something had fallen from the initial, from the flying mage that you had seen second, not the burned one. However, you will see that what looks to be a wand that is currently resting at this bottom part of the cliff.
Van, I'll go ahead and grab that and then head back to the rest of the group.
Okay.
And then
Apart from
whenever we get
that,
to the point of doing the night shifts, then I'll try to identify during night shift.
okay, gotcha. Anything else anyone wishes to do?
I got nothing.
Nothing. Okay. So, in that case, as you guys are beginning to gather up, Vrek finally finishes the meal, which is essentially a boulette hot pot. Gathering little bits of the dried, little dried meats and the gamey, whiter meat of the boulette. You see him using some of the nearby dried up roots of the nearby brush that he can find as well as some of the pickings from the inside of the bag that seem to be not fully rotten. He's able to make a nice looking little hot pot made out of the meat, allowing everyone to get a decent meal. As you'll see all of the younger figures immediately looking over at the fresh meal will look like they are no longer on death's door, will immediately pull off their masks, showing very young, maybe 5, 6, maybe 7 years old, tiefling, infernal-like children who seem to be immediately rushing over, gathering bowls, and will be ravenously getting their serving.
I would take an extra serving and take it over to Dune. I would place it next to him and say, "Eat. You have to eat after all." And turn back around.
When you come in, he'll just look at you, and then once you say that, he'll just continue to look back to the sky. And then once she's gone for like 15, 20 minutes, he'll eat his food.
Okay. Tullius will sit, once again looking over at the sheep, who is currently chomping down at a bowl that's been placed down in front of it. Will look down towards his own bowl before toward.
I don't want to ruin this meal by any future prospects, so I will simply say thank you. However, that does not change the fact that we still have a situation below us that still needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, we just leave them here. They'll get taken care of on their own, no?
Without any males, she will starve, and so will the children.
And Tarm are going to show up and kill all of them. Well, they're going to be pissed about the...
That would also be the other side of it. So for now, it's not our concern, and the children are. So I would say we should head straight to Estira tomorrow. Well, to your stash and then to Estira. We also have to be mindful of the dragons. They are a big threat until we reach Estira.
Every dragons.
Tullius will nod. Will look over towards you, Daisy.
I do believe that you are correct. It would be best if we go and maneuver during the early hour. Usually I believe that they are preferring to stay active during the nighttime. So it is best, while we still have light, we are able to see them, that we take advantage while we still can.
Indeed.
I do believe my stash should be between the two initial crevices of the two front mountains.
He'll look around for a moment.
If anyone has a map, I'll be able to point out.
Frack, your map.
Vrek will look over while carefully sipping from their ladle from the hot pot. Will just telepathically look over towards you. Yes.
We need your map whenever you have time.
Oh yes. Sorry. Just sampling the fine cuisine. Just carefully places the ladle back into the. Makes their way over to the bag. Retrieves the map, and will carefully place it down in front of you. where Tullius will point out directly.
Right here. Well, is the closest stash that I have. I do believe that we should have an easy time making our way there during the day.
Alright. I'll summon extra camels for the children as well. Smaller, so that they don't fall off.
Good, thank you. I have no issue with leaving the remaining clan to nature's bidding. Especially since their main threat seems to have disappeared from the situation, so I see no reason to dirty our hands with such unneeded violence. I will not promise the safety of them, however. I think we all can agree that their fate is not exactly a good one.
They're not our concern.
No, they are not. These ones are.
And he will carefully wrap an arm around one of the eating tiefling children as he will look over at you.
We can get them to the capital, back to their families, and we will speak to the council.
You know more about politics in this place, after all.
You see him look down for a moment,
I've always hated politics.
carefully just scoops the soup into his mouth and just...
I can't blame you. Politics isn't for everyone. But sometimes it comes knocking to your front door, whether you want it or not.
There's a reason why I left, Miss Amorales.
Yet here you are returning. So it came for you regardless.
Always on my front fucking doorstep.
just continues to scoop up the food into his bowl. Looks over at the sheep once again, who seem to have finished food. Will carefully place the remainder of his bowl in front of the sheep, who is continuing to lick the remainder from inside. Just chuckles softly before looking over towards Vannon.
It is not permanent, right?
Should be.
Eyes narrow before he eventually back and begins the enchantment to eventually start to extend hut. Are we going into shifts?
I'll take the first.
A second.
Okay. Speak now,
Bang, I'll
forever hold your peace.
Bang, I'll take the last two.
Okay. Daisy takes the first. Vannon is taking the last two. Any takers? Dune is not taking any. Tullius will fill in whenever he is needed. Unless someone requests.
I would say you should also take the first watch with me.
Okay. Tullius will join on shift. No one's on the second shift at the moment.
I called
Professor
it.
said he was gonna do
Yeah, I
it.
called it like almost like a few seconds after Daisy.
Okay. Oh, Professor wanted to be with Daisy.
No,
No,
I'm saying I
Professor
called.
second.
I called the
okay.
second shift like a couple seconds after Daisy called the first.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gotcha. Okay, so Tullius and Daisy first, Professor second, Van third and fourth. I will say Vrek will cover second, third, which will allow one more shift at the end. Harry, will you be taking a shift? I believe he's still
His
away.
mic may be acting wrong. Who knows?
Who
At
knows?
this point.
I know he gave me a message. I'm gonna say time being. If you are talking, Harry, you are true. However, I will say for the time being, Harry will not shift. So Daisy and Tullius will be taking the first shift. The hut has been extended, allowing everyone to be able to be inside the tiny huts. Tullius is going to sit himself down next to you, Daisy. And is going to survival or
Wow. I wrote two twos.
That's a big rip, dude.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. Welcome to the club.
Bro, I'm a plus 13. That's wild.
let's see.
That is
Protection
message,
or
holy shit.
survival. Tullius has nothing. So he's just gonna go for it. 6. Okay. Both of you sit observing. Daisy, you can see that the night is starting to go without a hit. Watching towards the initial northwestern corner of the mountain, see if there's any retaliation or signs of a second wave to perhaps avenge the initial attacks on the first. However, nothing pop up. No signs of light. Nothing seems to catch your eye as you're watching, waiting, expecting perhaps something to come up, either from the sky or from as Tullius is sitting with you, watching.
You shouldn't fully blame him. What he did. Granted, it was unwise, very naive. Trust in something so powerful, so clearly not aligned with our.
It's never good to deals the devil, quite frankly. Or any devil for that sort. But I think I understand why Dune did it. Maybe I'm just trying to make up an excuse or not. I know Dune's been struggling with fitting in after having left his tribe and all that, trying to be the definition of what people usually call good. And just he lost his way probably. Just didn't know how to deal with it and then just went back to his instincts. Then desperation leads to wanting to seek power, and power led him to a devil.
I'd say that is within one's nature, especially his kind. I do believe that this Dune of yours is some form of shifter or something kind. A mix
Mhm.
between beast and the man.
Indeed.
I'm not entirely sure if it was by natural. However, the fact of the matter is, all creatures of that sort of alignment, should I say, usually convene in the form of seeing power as a way of stepping forwards and allowing themselves to commune with the bestial part of their side. It is only natural for them to take power by any means necessary to gain an advantage. Wouldn't be the first time I've seen it, and especially given someone of your ilk.
He'll look towards your arm shield with a hint of recognition.
I would believe one that follows nature to believe that trying to cage a beast from doing what it's always meant to be is in itself a sense of cruelty.
Daisy would nod at that.
Perhaps what we saw today was not exactly Dune losing control. Perhaps what we've just seen today is what Dune has always been. And that's what he's been trying to hide from us. Perhaps instead of trying to hide from us, he should embrace it. Make it stronger. That's what nature intends. Does it not?
Indeed. I was aware he did something he regretted back in his clan. I haven't fully asked him, so I'm not sure of the details. I'm also sure he was talking to Vannon about something, about some ritual. But I'm not sure either about what they're planning.
Well, before you start giving such a cold shoulder to the man who seems such of high fondness to all the whole debacle, perhaps getting the finer details should be a priority first.
Daisy would smile at Atalia's been sitting, giving him the cold shoulder, and she'll smiling look. So I fooled you as well.
Shrugs his shoulders.
Never been the most observant, but to be fair, I never was great at reading women.
I don't blame you. We can be quite complicated. But
He doesn't say a word to that.
Daisy would laugh after he's staying quiet. Oh, but think I needed to see Dune's reaction, so that's why made it seem like I was turning my back on him. I want to help him. After all, he is a friend, a comrade. It's not good to leave a friend suffering.
Perhaps we will be able to help them together in the future. I do see potential in. Perhaps not exactly in where he was, but where he could be. That I can assure he has potential. As do all of you.
Everyone's a gemstone in the rough. They just need to be polished.
Just depends on the whetstone, my dear Daisy.
Indeed. Is it too coarse or is it too fine?
Okay, now you're just getting too exact on the details.
You see him chuckle and laugh, reaching over to the sheep that has currently fallen asleep on its side. We'll just look over for a moment, look over towards you.
So, you said, because he said that it might not be permanent. Have you seen this happen before?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I knew the item the moment he handed it to him. But I don't remember if seeing... I don't know. I don't fully remember seeing it on who it was used. but I've seen the item before. But magic is magic. It can definitely be reverted.
Okay. He will nod slowly, looking down at the sheep, before eventually sighing, and will lean back again to watch the stars. Time passes. Moon begins to rise up to nearby peak, till eventually, Professor and Vrek both be awakened.
Okay.
Daisy, any updates?
I always tell them there was no sighting, but just keep a lookout.
Vrek will nod. Will continue to sample some of his cooking that he has currently been making leftover little tins to be made in the future and possibly consumed later. He doesn't want to be wasting. Professor and Vrek. Professor, you can roll a perception or survival.
We had a perception last time. Let's do survival.
Let's head.
More than 10.
Okay. Vrek, see. Professor, you are mostly keeping to your senses, not exactly watching or listening out, but simply allowing your survival instincts to take over, catching any particular noise or listening out for any footprints or signs of approaching danger or hostility. You'll see Vrek calmly looks over towards you after a couple of minutes, currently finishing up what seems to be a small metal tray, like a dinner tray, and we'll cover the lid. We'll hand it over towards you. Here you are, Professor. Leftovers for tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Vrek. I'll take them and just slide them into the bag of holding.
I grow concerned.
Yeah, you and me both. What's your gripe?
I apologize if I seem rude, or I might be, how do I say, overstepping a line. However,
Agree.
I feel a certain hostility from our newest companion.
Really, towards you or the group?
It is unsure. He seems to be quick to spill blood.
Oh, he certainly is that. You think he's gonna double cross us?
That I do not believe. He
Okay.
is loyal, however, does seem to be not on our side, per se. It is clear that he is of his own intentions, not ours.
Certainly, I mean temporary allies.
That would be the most obvious case, sir.
I was actually,
I
oh, go ahead.
worry for more exterior motives.
Sure. It's a valid concern. I was
Um,
thinking we'd part ways with them once we get to the city. Or maybe sooner.
Vrek's gonna look around for a moment and is going to telepathically speak. I will message the message to you.
Okay. Thought of something really dumb I want to do with the rest of my time. And I apologize ahead of time if anyone gets hurt.
You see Vrek's eyes narrow as the telepathic message comes through, glancing over towards the unconscious Tullius.
I'll look at him too, look back at Vrek, narrow my eyes, and nod in a kind of an agreement nod.
Perhaps further investigation is in order.
Oh, absolutely.
If we are to extend this relation with this individual, I would much prefer that the trust is all rounded once the arrangement has been. No more hidden secrets. Open
Sure.
book, as they say.
No, if he intends to try to travel us for a while, we'll get it out of him.
That would be most convenient. Apart from that, no signs of any interference. All is quiet and dark.
I don't see
Daria.
anything either. Seems like a quiet, still night.
That is most convenient. Time goes by. Unless you have anything you wish to do, Professor.
Yeah. That has you ever played that game? I did it when I was in Boy Scouts. So you have a knife and you throw it. You have a friend and you throw it at each other's feet, like really close to try to make them flinch. Yeah, whenever
Okay.
I don't know what that's called. There's a specific name for it. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the professor's just going to walk around the circle of everyone sleeping and throw it at their sleeping feet and just keep walking around.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to ask, first of all, high or low, Professor?
God, my luck's been 50-50 in that. Let's go high.
High. Okay. I would like for you to roll me a D100. You're trying to get a 20 or higher. Okay. You are walking around, taking your time to occasionally maneuver, take your blade, flip it into the air, and obviously not enough to attract the attention of the obviously observant Vrek, who is occasionally looking over towards you as you're maneuvering around, and then watching the exterior of the hut. However, you are occasionally flicking the blade, so it occasionally lands maybe a good foot or half foot away from someone's foot. There is a very close moment where you actually get maybe a few inches away from Daisy's foot before you're like, shit, and then you quickly grab a hold of the blade just before it lands maybe a few inches from her toe, and you're like, okay, maybe that's enough, and you slip the blade into your belt and eventually find yourself a little more comfortable spot for the rest of your time. However, you do
Perfect.
believe that there was no problem or interferences with your little entertainment.
Perfect.
Passing it over,
Yeah, wake up. Who's on watch next?
it would be Vannon, who during this time would have been completely observant to the whole entire situation.
Sure. I doubt it.
And
My shield's high over there.
whenever oh, she has tales to tell when you wake up. No.
Just say, Vannon, quiet night. Nothing to report. Going to bed.
One could say it was on a knife's edge. Vrek just gives a slight telepathic chuckle.
Faster, just give like a slight chuckle and a smile as he passes by him.
And Vrek is going to sit down, watching over with Vannon. Vannon, if you are here, go ahead and roll me a perception or survival check, please.
Perception, probably. Yeah, definitely.
Vannon, watching out, you'll see as midnight passes. Again, nothing of major importance as you watch the corners of the mountain. You do see across the chasm where the faint light from inside of the large crack within the ground. You do see the beacons of flame that seem to be shooting out from the building towards the eastern side of the mountains. However, there does not seem to be any signs of light or any approaching forces that seem coming from northwestern side of them that you'd expect. You look up to the sky, and that's where you see them. 1, 2, 3. 3 figures flying across the sky, watching, observing. You see them moving from more to the western than northwestern side. More specifically, as you look down towards the map as they pass on by, maybe a good 2, maybe 300 feet overhead. 3 winged-like figures, which you can only assume be the draconic-like individuals to be the Dragon's Queen Initiate. You can see 3 of them move, circle around where the initial ambush had happened, as if observing for a moment. You can see them keeping a very far distance, as if they are trying to keep themselves out of sight now. However, the moment that you see they think that they're in the clear, one of the winged figures begins to slowly descend, maneuvering down to maybe 120 feet above the surface of the chasm, where you guys are currently maybe a good 200 feet. You'll see this large, gargantuan, draconic-like creature flying 120 feet in the air, observing the still smoldering remains of the burning wreckage that is inside of the chasm. Observes for a moment, inspects, before you see the winged creature flap its wings, screeching out into the air, which does immediately catch the attention of some of the more observant sleepers of your group, as Daisy and Vannon, Vannon, you're the one that recognized it, but Daisy, you would immediately jostle from your sleep as the sound of the dragon screeching in the distance echoes out into the air.
I would instantly
Vannon,
grab my shield in a heartbeat.
grabbing your shield, looking around, Vannon, you'll see the shadow, 3 shadows flying off, trailing back towards the northwest. More directly, it seems, towards Avon.
What was that?
Vrek just looks over. Dragon? I believe.
Yeah, no shit, Freck.
Vrek just lowers their head and goes back to making small little lunch boxes.
My man doing bentos over there nonchalantly. Oh, they left, so I guess I'll go back to sleep. Goes back to sleep.
Anything, Valen?
Just I'm gonna do identify on that one.
Gotcha. After taking some time, casting Identify. You will find what seemed to be a very fine-looking wand, fashioned out of what seemed to be a relatively dark-looking wood that seemed to give an almost onyx-like black texture to it. You'll see at the end of the tip what seems to be an extended shift of silver that seems to extend out as if it is a form of webbing. You have found a wand of web.
I didn't actually ever see them actually cast it, did I?
Nope.
Did you get it off the invisible one or the one who died right away?
The one that turned in.
No, he never cast it. Professor says in his sleep. He rolls over. Sorry.
A small gathering of pigeons flies over.
No seagulls?
No seagulls.
Yeah, no.
Although some would say that that's a blessing than a curse.
Yes.
That there is no seagulls.
Where have all the seagulls gone?
Son of a bitch.
Seagulls, stop it.
Stop it now.
So I will go ahead and here go and details one. Yeah. However, basically, the wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to spend one of the charge to cast the spell Web from it. The DC 15. You can regain charges every dawn. If you use all of the charges, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand is destroyed. There we go.
Pretty.
And I will go ahead and put the bag of holding.
Yeah, it could be useful at the right moment.
Also, Vannon, out of curiosity, how many beads of refreshment do we currently have?
As far as I know, I only have 2.
You gave me one, but it's not my inventory, so potentially I used it at some point. Yeah, I don't have it. Got 2.
So you have 2 at the moment. Anything else that you're wishing to do?
Nope, that's it.
Excellent. That is the end of that shift, which leaves just Van.
Always just Venus.
Last shift, Vannon's on his own, checking out the wand, but also observing. Actually, yeah. Okay. You can see, watching on the fire distance, what seems to be a singular vehicle, familiar to you as you may have seen before. However, it was on the other side of the chasm. That seems to be trucking down from the corner of Estera and seems to be heading south. Directly south.
What was it?
Seems to be some form of small wagon. Singular wagon that does not seem to be pulled by anything in particular. That seems to be moving at speed directly south from the corner of the mountain, south of Estera.
I'll wake up Daisy and point it out to her.
What? Gets off her hair frizzled. Looks that direction. Is that car again?
Yeah, looks like it. I wonder where it's going.
So you said it's going south, Rob?
Directly south, yes.
Hmm. That's a good question. A question for in 2 hours. Good night. Go back to sleep.
Seems to be kind of like no snapping fur. There we go. Basically like that. They seem to be heading in this distinct direction. You wait. Sun begins to rise on the horizon. And eventually the 2 hours does pass. You'll watch the cloud begin to gather as it drifts from north to south. Does not seem to be diverting its course towards or away from you, but just seems to be heading directly south. Singular line.
Man, it's probably not gonna do anything with it.
If there is no other interactions or anything that needs to be prepared, that will be the end of your long rest. If you have points of exhaustion, you may remove 1 point of exhaustion. You may get the effects of the long rest, regain hit points if you've lost hit points. If you have hit dice, you get half of those hit dice back.
Can we have aid in play before that fight? If I'm not mistaken.
You had, not anymore.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
You cast it on me, right? Because I feel like I have a lot of
I
HP.
cast it on everyone.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why all my second levels were gone like really quickly.
Hopefully I made a note of it.
Oh boy, now comes the fun part, changing all my freaking spells. Ugh.
Yeah.
Woo! Don't have too much fun. There's some for the rest of us.
Switching from battle mode daisy, easy mode.
Yeah, dude, freaking travel mode, dude. Also curse mode, because Dune's curse.
Which Dune at this moment in time have your
Sorry,
for
what?
note,
You cut out.
you do not have your axe.
Okay, cool.
I left his axe next to him.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I told Harry and Vrek, it's cursed. I don't know what curse, so it's best to leave it right next to him.
Okay. So the axe is technically next to you
Mm-hmm.
when you did wake up. Whether or not you want to take it, you will need to make a charisma save,
Okay.
I will say.
Whether or not I take it or not, we'll need to make one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd probably take it and just hold on to it so it'll be on my person.
Right.
Charisma save. Disadvantage.
Yeah.
Is it disadvantage still or not?
With saves, no. You did go to exhaustion level 2, so you no longer are saves.
Okay.
So it's just normal.
Cool.
However, that is a fail, so you are compelled to take the axe back, put it onto your person. You sadly do not have the choice of the matter.
Yeah.
So everyone that does wake up will see Dune reach down, taking the axe and placing it back onto his person.
I'm still feeling pretty tired, so I'd probably sit back down and rest some more, but just have it on my person.
Right. But for note, Dune does take it. Vrek is going to hand out the small lunch boxes that they had made during the night time and will quietly call out, "These are leftovers. I do hope you enjoy breakfast."
Thanks, Brack.
Yes, there is no worries. This is the remainder of the...
Right, ladies and gentlemen, or rather mostly gentlemen, drink up your wine before you start burning.
Oh, yep. Take a slug of wine.
Big slug of wine with your little hot pot with wild rice. You guys are able to consume your very hearty breakfast with a nice little cup of wine, which does feel rather spicy as it goes down. You are able to negate the heated effects as the heat that had began to grow as the sun rises slowly begins to wither away to a more cooler-like feeling. As everyone is well fed and prepped to go. What is the plan?
Alright, I'll look at Tullius. I'm like, Tullius, put your son right there. I point at a random spot on the ground.
Okay. He is going to carefully guide the sheep over to the spot.
Alright. I'll point and I will cast Dispel Magic at third level.
Okay. Okay. At which the magic slowly begins to wither away as the wool falls aside and begins to slowly melt into the sand below, as falling out of the slowly melting wool of the sheep is a small Cambion-like child who will sit up, look over towards you, Daisy, smile for a moment, look over towards Vannon, and show the handkerchief. I'm holding on to this. And you see
First level command. Drop the
you,
handkerchief and give it to your father.
as the boy says that, you see Tullius immediately snatching the handkerchief from the boy's hand. Just, no, you are not.
He beat me to it. I was about to cast command on the boy.
As he is going to immediately stuff the handkerchief into his pocket, grabbing the Cambion child by the horn and the ear with both hands,
Oh,
and
man.
will begin to tug him over. Excuse me for a moment as I discipline my young man. And he is going to come over to a nearby corner where there's a few stones and an outcropping where there's like a larger boulder that cuts the vision between you and him, and you just hear shouting and cursing in Infernal echoing out from behind that stone. For those that do understand Infernal, it is basically, "What the heck were you thinking? Do you know you could have gotten yourself killed? Do you know what I could have done? Do you have any idea what I have sacrificed to get you out of this bullshit?" Just basically major disciplining from father to son. Eventually, the shouting does eventually fade away. Before they come around, Tullius's arm is wrapped around the younger Cam's shoulders. Will look over towards all of you as he will quietly clear his throat.
I do believe my boy has something to say.
As you'll see, the smaller Cambion will carefully pocket the handkerchief into his chest pocket. I'm sorry for being rude. And I will not steal from those that were trying to save me. It was very rude of me, and I will do it again.
All
Mm.
right.
So,
All
I
right.
do believe introductions are in order. Uh, everyone, this is Jax. Jax, this is everyone. I do believe that you go by the name of Grave Undertaking.
Yep.
That we do.
That
You
man right
just
there's our
see
leader. And I point to the professor.
A super formal bow to Tullius.
Do rolls his eyes.
Uh, you see that Jax is smiling, but clearly not as impressed as the original like magic they had seen the day before.
Sure. Oh yeah. Of course.
However, it does bow his head towards all of you.
I'm not entirely sure the other younger ones. However, I did check to see if there's any distinct marks whenever they had begun eating. I do see that one of them does seem to have a standing city of Anikotal. I do believe that they might be a daughter to a war chief, a war priest, should I say. Um, might be good to possibly have some communication. Concerning the other three, that would be two. Seems to be a daughter and son of the Astera capital, as well as what seems to be a nobleman's son, Kang Etal, that seems to have made its way.
See Annie Kotal?
Indeed, I did.
Oh, that
Yeah,
could
the
be
first one.
beneficial to us, right?
Well. Here's the problem, right? Right now, Annie Gotel is under martial law, and you know what happened last time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we can grease the wheels a little when we need
No,
to.
Professor,
You see
don't grease any
Tullius
wheels.
narrow his eyes slightly at the mention of martial law in Anikotal.
Yeah, things aren't good right there
So
at
you're
this
not
moment.
aware, Tullius.
That I have not been. Care to explain?
Well, Annie Gotel is placed under.
He will hold on. He will like put a finger up for a moment, look up to the sky.
The sun is up. I suggest we move and walk at the same time.
All right, I summon 8 camels, and I would say a child will be riding with each of us, on
Hey, Rob,
exception of Dune.
I'm gonna cast my now that it's morning and it's light out. When I just look at those kids, do like from my eye, do they all look like they're highborn in some respect, like they're well fed and like you know what I
Uh,
mean? Like I mean, I think I might have an eye for distinguishing
roll
between
me
like
an
street
insight.
urchins. Okay.
Because at this moment in time, they've put the masks back on. They're putting like the cloaks that they had originally been given. But during the time that they were eating, definitely getting genuine idea. While they were eating, and while they are still eating during breakfast time, from the small lunch boxes that Vrek had handed out, you can see that there is definitely signs of table manners. They are like quietly eating, not speaking with their mouths full. Clearly, like taking their time to not be messy. It's clear that they have been taught table manners and definitely show signs, especially given your own childhoods, definitely signs of what your father and especially what your mother was teaching you when it comes to formality, especially at the dining table. Um, Apart from that, that seems to be the only thing that catches your eye. Especially, there doesn't seem to be any recognizable discernment through the mask or the cloak that they are.
Okay.
Are there any signs of malnourishment on them?
Um, apart from the obvious ravenous like signs that they had basically been stuffing their mouths to the
Mhm.
point of getting thirds the night before when it came to Vrek's dinner time servings. They
Mhm.
were very obviously hungry during the time. However, it seems that the initial ravenous stuffing of faces of the night before, even though it was still maintained by obvious signs of what is it, posturing and like obvious signs of nurturing through obvious regal or noble like standards, you will notice that they have definitely slowed their gait when it comes to consuming their meal this time around. So you can see that they were initially very hungry the night before, but it seems that they are definitely coming to terms with the fact that they are eating again. However, there doesn't seem to be any signs of thinning from what you can see. If you'd like, you can give me a medicine check.
I would like to. And with
Sure.
guidance. Gosh darn it. Come on, Rolls. Where are you at tonight? 14.
14. Just getting a genuine feel, like moving over, checking and squeezing the arm, checking some of the limbs, see if there's any thinning or weather to the muscle areas, signs of damage or possible injury when inspecting, especially trying not to remove masks or trying to show any sign of uh, concern to them, especially given the fact that you cannot speak their language and cannot commune too well.
Actually, I would use tongues
Oh, there we
so
go.
I can communicate to them.
That's
To me.
better. Okay. So being that you are now able to communicate with them, especially if you use either Vannon or Dune or even Tullius to essentially be a means of like uh translating or communicating what they're saying to you, you being able to speak back to them. Uh, you'll be able to figure out that although so you'll find out that the one from Annie Kotal uh so the one from Annie Kotal has been in captivity for maybe a few weeks. Um you come to hear that their parent is one their parent is one war priest Varshia. I will go ahead and put this here because it is a name. War priest Varshia. Uh, and she is one of the high war priests on the Anikotal Council. Uh, apparently, she has been missing for a number of weeks. The child, that is. And she's been in captivity for the last few weeks. And she will give you the information that she has been fed twice a day. Although it is mostly dried rations, such as the ones that were given to them the night before essentially Vrek was able to make them an actual meal. You will find out that the one from Anikotal is around 5 years old. And they go by the name of Priya. You'll find that the two from Estira seem to be from a high merchant who also has high relations to nobility within Estira. You'll hear that the two children, a boy and a girl, who seem to be twins, both Cambion in nature, They seem to be son and daughter, twins of one Crasher the Rock.
The name.
Right? And their age?
They are the boy is so they are both twins and they are both 6 years. The last one you'll see after communicating with you do not get the names of the twins. They are not able to communicate with to that. They try and keep that quiet. The one from Kangatal. The twins were in captivity for just over a week.
Oh, so they got recently picked up then.
Let's see. The one from Kang Ital is a son to the High Sister Priestess of Eowyn. And he is 3 years old. And apparently, based on the information given on a small logbook that seems to be resting inside of their pocket, they have been in captivity for almost a year.
Holy shit! After reading that, I look back at Vannon. I'm like, man, you guys are evil, evil.
You will notice that a lot of the logs, when it comes to Eowyn's son, which there is no name placed under this individual, and you will find that a lot of the logs seem to be under the chain bearers. Only recently, the most recent log seems to be tied in with.
Okay. Comment still stands though.
And those are the 4 individuals that were currently inside of the cage that are now currently in your protection.
Alright. Okay, well, time to get moving. So
Yeah.
I will
Well,
summon the camels. Out of the sand emerge 8 camels, majestic camels. And so yeah, I will take care of the 3-year-old. Then you guys can take Priya or either the twins. Dune should ride alone since he's heavy.
sure.
And obviously
Tully?
Tullius and his son.
Well, Tullius, I was actually. Would you mind if Jax were with me for the morning? I could appreciate the conversation. I'd really like to hear about what it's like to be a sheep.
Tullius is going to look over at you for a moment. Look down at Jax. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Watch Tullius roll a natural 20 when he actually needs it.
24.
Okay. He will nod for a moment.
Not a
For
hair in his
just-
head will come to harm.
Not a hair.
Not a
Very
single
well.
one.
Excellent. I will be watching, but yes, that should be fine. First moment.
Okay.
He'll kneel down. Will give a nod. You do hear him essentially just say,
Be right behind you.
You'll see the masked form of Jax give a nod before eventually stepping over and making towards you, Professor.
I'll be like up on the camel. I'll be holding my arm down to help boost him up behind me.
He'll be boosted up,
Okay.
helped
And then
onto the front.
as we're moving, I'd like to, as low key as possible, instruct him in sleight of hand as we're traveling.
Okay.
He seems to have a natural gift for it.
Okay. Tullius will be always like around a good like 10 or so feet behind you, Professor.
Sure.
Just to casually observe. However, Jax will listen in, smile the moment that you obviously are showing him little tricks of trade, and every now and then will occasionally try and take like the coin from your hand or try and flip something from out of your pocket
There you go.
to occasionally try and get some form of practice. It seems that you and him are definitely getting along.
Nice. Okay.
However, the rest of your group, let's see. So, who is leading this charge?
Me.
Apart from Tullius. Since Tullius is essentially guiding you guys to the stash. Daisy, survival check, please.
Hey, boy, I like that
Nope.
number.
20. And give me... Which area are we in? We're in this area. Oh, boy, give me a D10, please. Full well.
Four's good. I feel confident with 4.
4. Okay. 4. You continue forwards without any major interruption as you continue to travel towards the north. Eventually, you'll see the rise of the nearby mountain, slight heat radiating off them as the sun seems to reflect off of some of the surface of the stone of the larger mountain range that seem to curve around the exterior of what seems to be a very beautiful fashion wall that seems to reflect the light. You guys are closer and closer to it.
Damn,
You
this
guys make your way closer to the edge of the mountain range as Tullius will inspect it a moment, looking to the side, will eventually look over towards you, Daisy.
This way! I know exactly where we are. Just give me a moment to figure it out, and
You'll see him start to guide one of his the camels over. You'll see him moving alongside of the mountainside, seeming to inspect the nearby ridges and the curves before you see him immediately turn and pull the reins of his camel to the side, making an immediate right, guiding directly towards the near side of the mountain range.
As we're getting closer to the mountain, is there any part of the mountain now that we're getting closer to this tier that looks like a maw?
That looks like a mole.
A maw? Yeah, is that
I
what
think
you
it
said?
was.
Maw?
Yeah, I think it was a maw. I'm trying to remember what I saw in my vision. Like if there's a part of the mountain that looks like that vision that I had with like the freaking shadows and shit.
Oh, okay. Give me a
Mhm.
moment.
Rob,
Roll me
I
a
can't
perception.
remember. Did you ever tell us what the actual source of the heat is from the mountains?
You never did figure out.
Okay.
32. Yes, actually, Daisy. Of the 5 mountains, of the much larger ones that you can see in this mountain range, you can see that there are 5 larger mountains. And in the very center, you can see one mountain, a little smaller than the 4 that surround it. However, in the very center, at the very peak of that center mountain, is the large, almost wrapping fingers of a hand made out of stone at the top of that mountain center. Very much the same as the one that you had seen vision way back in Boshian when you had touched the tree.
As we're making our way, I would say, Tullius, what can you tell me about that hand in the middle of that mountain range?
You'll see him moving over to the nearby mountainside where you can see him brushing his hand against the relatively pale white stone as if inspecting it and trying to press his hand against parts of the wall as if to try and apply pressure.
What was that? The hand?
Yes.
You'll see him look over for a moment as you point it out toward him. You'll see him inspect for a moment before slowly turning back towards you.
That, my dear, is one of the most sacred places of this entire country. It is known as the Crucible of the Seven. It is said that those of the greatest of visions are able to speak with the greatest of ancestors. It is said that those that have the power to do so are able to enter the center of that mountain and speak to the sisters themselves. I myself have only heard of 3 people in the past that have been able to do so without disappearing.
You'll see him hammer his fist against the side of the stone before you see him smile a moment.
I think I found it!
You'll see him
Excellent.
hammer his fist against the side of the mountainous rock face before eventually you'll see his hand impact against the part of the stone and you'll see some of the wall give, creating a slight passageway as you see him carefully push and push. He'll look back over towards the group.
If you don't mind, I might need big man's help. Dune! If you don't mind.
And I'll go and attempt to help the best I can.
Athletics check, please. As you make your way
All
forwards.
guidance, Dune.
Okay.
Out of the
14. He did. He got a 14.
Okay. It didn't appear.
Yeah, my bad.
yeah. You rolled it to me, but it's okay.
My bad.
14. You are able to carefully push it with Tullius. The large piece of stone, maybe 20 foot long, eventually is pushed and pivoted until you see what seems to be a reasonably nice looking 10-foot wide entranceway is displayed, leading to a tunnel that seems to create a singular staircase downwards. You'll see Tullius move over, patting you on the back, Dune, before you'll see him reach over to a small space in the side of the wall, pull out a singular sconce that is resting there, and will ignite it with his thumb before you see a light will ignite and allow him to display the tunnel that will lead down underneath.
Back when I was in the military, I had to keep some of these around in case there was some form of needing to get extra ammunition, should there ever be a siege, or should there be like some form of exterior invasion.
Just looks over at all of you.
Yeah, funny how that happened. Anyways,
And you'll see him just stepping forwards into the cavern. Does anyone follow inside?
I will return to my spot in the back of the group.
But it'll be like 10 feet behind him.
I'll stay with the children.
Okay. So it's just Vannon?
Isn't
Professor,
Dune
you should
going
go
with
ahead
me?
as well.
Isn't
No,
Dune going?
Dune returned to the back of the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll jump off the camel and Jax, don't let that sucker run away, and then I'll follow Vannon in.
They're well trained. What do you mean?
I know.
Daisy will remember that.
So it's just Vannon and the professor.
I guess so. Let's do
Okay.
this.
You two head in, following Tullius inside. You'll see him lead you down a small staircase that has been obviously handmade. Obvious signs of handmade pickaxes fashioned out of the stone that lead further down. You'll see him move up to a small doorway where you see him reach to the side of the doorway where there's a singular piece of pale stone in a circular fashion, where you'll see him reach over, placing his hand against the stone, where you see a small hint of light appear across his palm before the door seems to remove a certain veil that you did not originally see, and you'll see him step forwards and push the stone door open.
As we're kind of walking and he's doing this, I want to say, by the way, Tullius, do you know what's the source of the heat from the mountains? Like, what's its actual source?
Based on my knowledge, since I was never really one to pry into the religious type of stuff, it is said that a vast power resides in the center of the, well, it is said that a vast power resides under the Crucible 7. It is said that that vast power is the one that creates the heat, although it doesn't really affect the denizens of this land. It only seems to affect exterior forces, as if
Is it
it is
religion?
protecting us.
Is it so? It's like a celestial power, in your opinion?
I'm not entirely sure, but it seems that way. The only ones that seem
Okay.
to enter the place are, well, the speakers of the 7.
Interesting. Okay.
You'll see him step inside. As he does, you can see that there is indeed a fine multitude of a small little arsenal that has been placed in a little cavern-like pocket. You'll see what looks to be a few racks of chainmail armor that seems to be placed to the side. A few racks of long swords and what looks to be a few longbows and even a heavy crossbow resting in racks with bolts and ammunition at the ready at the sides. You'll see Tullius moving over to a small room to the side where you can see him moving over to a wardrobe and a small bed where he is taking out a small case, retrieving a belt which he is currently wrapping around his waist and clipping on and fashioning and tightening around him. He's going to move over to what seems to be a cupboard at the side. He seems to be preparing himself for the journey ahead.
Sure.
Looking around, you can see that in the far corner, what looks to be a small crate of vials, from what you can see, as there does seem to be a large tray, half of which are currently empty. However, the other half is filled with a familiar sign of potion vials.
So we kind of approach him. Do I know what any Amara fan? Like I've seen him before.
Quick inspection, you do recognize that inside of the 16 slot tray, 8 of the slots are filled with vials. And it seems that 6 of those vials seem to be recognizable as greater healing potions. 2 of the other ones seem to be recognizable as the same kind of like heat potion, however, has a golden tinge instead of the base potions.
Is this superior healing potion?
You would believe so, yes.
Okay. Should we take these, Tullius? I kind of motion to the potions. These could be useful.
I believe that I did say that anything within this particular stash is yours, as per our contract. So, yes,
Sure.
I do believe that those are yours.
Okay. I will pick up the rack, put all the graders into the bag of holding, pocket one superior, and then toss the other superior to Vannon.
As you are inspecting and getting those vials from the tray, you will also see sitting on the shelf next to those potion vials, or specifically above those potion vials, what seems to be a reasonably nice-looking wine rack. And amongst that rack, you do see what seems to be 3 bottles of the infernal wine.
I might as well snag those too, honestly, just in case.
So you do have the Seven Sisters wine, 3 bottles of that.
Did you say it was 6 or 8 graders? 6?
6 greater,
Okay. 2
2
superior. Vannon,
superior.
do you know if that's superior? Vannon?
Yeah, I'll take
You
it.
will.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. We got the potions. Yeah. Then I'll put the 3 bottles of wine in the bag of holding too. Just kind of cast my eyes further around the room.
Looking around the room, you do also see what seems to be 2 additional cases. One seems to be reasonably larger, more fashioned to be a much smaller chest that seems to rest in the corner of the room. And then there is what looks to be a fine display case that seems to rest next to the weapons.
Ooh, what do we got?
You can see resting inside of the display case what looks to be a very nasty looking barbed whip. And what looks to be a golden threaded net.
Golden threaded what? I'm sorry.
A golden threaded net.
Really? I was kind of point over to the case. What do we got going on here, Tullius?
Items of a past life. A previous companion of mine used to keep that around in case of emergencies. He's no longer with us, I'm afraid, so I'd say, technically under contract, it's all yours.
Do you know what they do specifically?
No idea.
Yeah, I'll grab those too. I mean, well, actually, I'll call Vannon over and Vannon, can you identify these quick?
And I'll go over and start looking at them.
The barbed whip does not seem to be magical. However, the barbs does seem to create a bleeding-like effect should they ever strike someone. You would believe that this particular whip is not exactly for killing. It's definitely more for prolonged pain. However, the net does seem to have a magical-like aura to it.
What's it do? What's it do?
Are you casting Identify on it, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay, are you casting it with a spell, or are you using a ritual?
Ritual.
Okay, so that is going to take 10 minutes. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Browser.
Browsing the room, you will find what seems to be a singular black coin that seems to rest on a nearby table, Professor.
Ooh.
You'll see that the black coin has a devil's face on one side that's smiling, and on the other side you see what seems to be uh, female a human female's face. However, it seems that they are crying.
Tullius, is that cursed? And point at the coin.
He's gonna step out, now wearing what seems to be a very fine-looking set of half plates, fashioned and made out the same material of his sword. Will make his way over, look down towards the coin, chuckle slightly.
Oh, that thing. That there's a soul coin, my friend. Best leave it alone unless you have an infernal machinery around.
Oh, really? Because we saw. Okay. Um. Damn. Because I'm thinking back to that car we saw, that vehicle. We saw a vehicle from the ship, right?
You do know Daisy has one on her.
Okay.
Since the conversation did come up and she did say she has a soul coin.
Okay. So we've got, and there's another one here, and we kind of know the location. I don't know if I want to. Take it per se. Should we take it? I really
Well,
don't
it
want
is
to.
yours, so I don't see why not. You wouldn't, unless you want to leave it behind.
No, I mean we might as well take it. Yeah. Okay. Ever used it on anything?
Not mine.
Okay.
It's probably a member of my company's.
All right. Ifres will pick it up and kind of walk it across his fingers and back again, like a little sleight of hand, flick his wrist, and it just disappears.
You'll see him carefully place a few potions into his belt. You'll see him pull out a few spell scrolls and place them in his belt as well.
Always useful.
Looking around, Vannon, you will also see sticking out of one of the nearby shelves, looking around at nearby preparation areas, what seems to be a singular spell scroll.
Oh, what spells roll?
A singular spell scroll that seems to be sticking out of one of the nearby shelves.
And we'll go and grab it.
All right.
Just one final glance. Does that appear to be pretty much all the magic stuff that we've picked through?
From what you can see, yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Tullius, I mean, quite the stash. Any other magical artifacts tucked away? Did we cover it all?
I'm not entirely sure. I have everything that I need. I do believe what you need has already been taken.
Will nods over towards where the wine rack is currently empty.
Sure. Those casts before we, because I guess Vannon's still got a little bit of time on that net. Just kind of cast a more scrutinous eye over the place. Do I see any like hidden compartments or anything of the nature?
Roll investigation check, please.
Okay. Damn. Damn. That's not what I wanted.
Checking it over, there does not seem to be any additional hidden compartments or anything
All right.
that immediately catches your eye.
Sorry, Daisy. Presser didn't find the mithril full plate. I apologize.
Darn, it's just a shame.
We were so close.
Might as well craft it at this point.
Can Van do a search of where he found that scroll? And
Sure.
do like a go through that investigation or perception?
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check, please. 13.
Better than mine.
Looking around, again, kind of like the professor, you're looking around to see if there's any hidden compartments, but is there anything of immediate value that catches your attention has. Tullius will make his way out, beckon both of you to join him as he'll start making his way out of the room.
Waiting on Vannon to finish identifying the net.
Mhm.
Then I'll be like, hold on 1 second, Tullius. He's only a couple minutes more.
Very well. Take your time. I will join your companions outside.
Understood?
Boop boop. Okay. Taking the 10 minutes to concentrate and eventually cast Identify. You will have found a net of binding.
Okay, that sounds promising.
Useful in case someone loses control again.
Essentially, whenever a large or smaller creature, whenever a creature is submerged in water or is currently prone on the ground, a creature can throw this net and cause the creature to have disadvantage regardless of any additional advantages they may have apart from magical advantages to escape.
They have to be underwater or line prone to use the net.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I'll grab the barbed whip and toss it in the bag of holding and just look at the net. Do you want to hold on to that? You want me to take it? To Vannon?
You might be a little bit more useful, especially if you come from above.
Sure. Yeah, it's kind of what I mean. It's gonna be perfect for next time Dune loses control, and the presser will put the net of binding in his inventory.
Okay.
Is that an actual item?
It's a custom item that I need to give you I need sheet for.
Okay.
It was one of the random items that have ended up in Tullius's base. That was one of them. So, you have found yourself a net of. I will go ahead and put it in your sheet journal by the end of the session.
Okay. Yeah, man. Unless you want to stay down here, let's get the hell out of here. Let's take one more glance at the room to see if we missed anything and head out.
Look around. The only place that seems to catch your immediate attention is the room that Tullius originally came from, which he had ran into. Apart from that, nothing seems to really catch your attention.
I'll peek in there quick. Just pop my head in and see what you might have missed.
Okay. Looking inside, you can see what seems to be a quickly turned over. The bed has been tossed over to reveal what seems to be a small chest that was resting underneath it. That has been currently opened and emptied. You'll see that a number of the nearby cabinets have been opened, where small spaces where potions would have originally have been resting. You will also see what looks to be 2 sheaves that have been unholstered their weapons and are currently missing. There are 2 sheaves there, no longer have their, which you can assume that are currently on.
Sure.
You'll see what looks to be a small picture of what looks to be a younger-looking Cambion holding what seems to be a female tiefling in his arms, both of which look in their mid to late 20s. Seems to be holding each other as what seems to be in the background multiple carriages or carts that seem to be heading in a certain direction.
Not recognize the female tiefling at all?
You do not.
Okay. Since it's a new room, can I scan really quickly for, again, any hidden compartments or anything?
Actually, Professor, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Oh, okay. You like those. Right down the middle. Perfect.
Inspecting the picture, the female doesn't seem to identify to you as anyone that you recognize. However, there does seem to be some very strong signs of formality. There's obvious signs of jewelry along the neck. You can see there's like some very fine earrings that to rest. There's very obvious signs of wealth to this
Sure.
female individual,
I mean,
which
having
seems to be very pale contrast in comparison to the much younger male tiefling, who seems very rugged, very like stoic, very soldier-esque. And it's now in that moment that you recognize that the younger Cambion is indeed Tullius.
sure.
Tiefling seems to be a younger version, you could assume to be wife,
Yeah.
girlfriend, the mother of the child.
Yeah, I was gonna say, having seen Jax, there's at least a possibility that that's his mother.
Very strong familiarity.
Okay.
But there is obvious sign of wealth to this female tiefling individual, which is a very pale comparison to the very stoic and very low standard younger male Cambion that you see in the picture. It's very clear that it's polar opposites of where these two individuals come from. One person is obviously gone through the rough and tumble of the lower life of being in the military of this world, while someone has clearly come from a much more easier standard of however, both of which seem very happy with each other inside the picture.
Okay. And not, hey, if I don't see anything odd or out of place or interesting, then I'll go grab Bannon and head back up.
You do see that the picture is one-sided.
The picture's what?
One-sided.
What do you mean, like there's nothing on the back of it?
Checking the back, you do see that there is writing.
Oh, okay.
To my dearest T, to the forbidden love that we can never have, I wish my heart is with you. PZ 2.
PZ2?
PZ. So it's gonna be PZ 2.
Like the number 2?
Yes, the number 2.
Okay. Back of the picture. Okay. Huh. Vannon. I'm gonna call Vannon in. Show it to him. Make anything of that?
It looks like a couple of Infernals people that are. That's about it.
No, no, flip it over to the back. This at the bottom, PZ2. Does that mean anything to you, by chance?
So no. Rob, would it
Okay.
actually remind me of anything?
I don't think so. I don't think it would pertain anything to you.
No, I don't know what that is. Maybe it's the amount he paid for or something.
Jeez, I don't know that if you look at the picture, she's quite wealthy and high born, I would assume. I don't think she's for sale, per se.
Oh, not anymore.
Oh, God. Just don't let Tully see you talking like that. You see, I'll just make a mental note of the PZ2. There's nothing in here, like a bookcase or anywhere I think I could apply this to? Like, there's not a safe in the wall or anything, obviously, but like
You do see that there was a safe in the wall, but it's currently open.
Oh, okay, okay.
And checking it, all the contents has been.
All right. Well, I think we about picked this place clean. You ready to head up?
Yep.
We'll return to the surface.
Okay. Tullius would be the first to return, as he will step out from the doorway. You'll see Tullius step out of the entrance without Vannon or the professor, as he is now wearing a dark obsidian half-plate, looking a lot more armored and a lot more prepared than he did the first time he had met you.
When he appears, I'm like, "Hey there, General."
Yes, madam.
I'll definitely
a
ask you what
while.
type of material that is. That looks quite interesting. I'm sure Harry and Rec would be interesting to look over it.
Esrium, if you must know. It is the blessing of the sisters themselves, as they say. I don't exactly know what it does. All I know is just simply enhances magical enchantments that most people have. As you saw before, my blade can enhance particular magical enhancements that have already been placed down. Though only in limited amounts. Like I did to your hut, I was able to extend it to a much finer size. Whenever I'm able to use magics, this armor allows me to enhance them.
Damn, Tully's not good at reading people, but he would definitely see a gleam in Daisy's eyes as he's saying all that.
You definitely know that Tullius is not exactly the to really
Exactly. If he could, he would have seen it.
Sure.
Because my gears are kicking in. By the way, Tullius, you said only 3 people have ever been into that hand before.
Without disappearing. Yes.
Would you like to know how it looks inside? At least a brief description.
I would be amused by the idea.
You'll see him step out, making his way over the camel before looking towards you.
There are 7 thrones. Only one of them hasn't been destroyed. Made out of wood. The room itself makes a symbol that looks like that of the 7 systems themselves. It was nighttime when I was there. Let's see, there's also... It's a large antechamber, fluorescent plume of colored glass, forms a dome over the top. That's what it looks like inside.
You say that all the are destroyed except for one.
Yes, at least in the vision I had.
Well, that definitely follows the prophecy.
May I ask, what is this prophecy?
You're unfamiliar with the calling of the sisters.
Probably. Would have to go read through my notes again because I did talk to a fire giant to be exact. And he told us a bit about the history of the sisters, but don't fully remember the calling of the sisters.
Well, perhaps I will discuss this with you when we particular group to allow
Very
us
well.
to all share this knowledge. However, right now it seems that your companions are taking their sweet time in prayer.
And you'll see him looking back before knocking on the stone door to basically just call in, "Did you fall in there, you two? Are you alright?" As he calls out you both, the professor and Van Nars.
Oh, there
Okay.
you are.
Yes, I did fall in. Thank you.
Oh,
It was
sorry.
a pretty drastic situation. We could have used the extra pair of hands, honestly, but
Well,
That was
anything
my
interesting?
get some potions. Oh yeah, and hold your hand out, Daisy, and press her walk over to Daisy.
I hold my hand out.
He'll use his thumb to flip up that soul coin. Put that with the other one.
Huh. So you said this one has a human female on the back?
A human female face that seems to be crying.
And then I pull up the one I have that I got from raiding the Fort Ridian. It only has a demon face on it.
It has a demon face on one side, and I believe there should be another face on the.
Yeah, because I don't have it. It just said you just had a demon face when I wrote it down.
Okay, I'll need to check my quick. But carry on. As you guys are exiting out, Talius will beckon you all out before eventually will press on the wall and allowing it to slide back into place, slowly closing off the entrance and creating the natural camouflage once again, as he will seal it back into place.
Professor will kind of glance around and then just kind of lean into Daisy and like open up his pack a little bit and pull the net just like a little bit out so you can see it. If Dune ever flips out again, try to knock him prone.
All right.
And let's kind of shove it back in. Yeah, that's about it.
Vannon, you will recognize that the piece of parchment is indeed a spell scroll
Which piece of parchment?
that you found inside of the space.
Pick up that scroll.
I
over
know
there.
what that scroll is.
Indeed, you do. Although you've never seen it in the Empire before. This is a magic that you have not really come across before until now.
Ooh.
You've heard of this particular spell in passing before. However, very rarely do you ever actually see practitioners, spellcasters of the. However, there is a particular name to the spell that most people do shiver by the name of Silvery Barbs.
The silvery barbs.
My man.
Hell yeah.
Now you copy it with Rick and you make millions.
Yeah. That's about it. And then Professor will reach in the bag of holding too and pull out the whip. It doesn't appear to be magical. It would probably make someone bleed pretty good. I don't know that anyone would want to use it though, given our
Dude.
current lineup.
The mention of bleeding does make you twitch at the mention.
It doesn't just randomly cut off a finger.
Just touch the whip and my finger falls off. Oh, it's sharp. Look out.
9 toes, 9 fingers. What's next?
Is anyone short on potions? Does anyone need a greater healing potion? We just got a ton of them. A couple superiors.
Oh, you guys keep that. You're most prone to falling over.
You're telling me. We got there's 6 more graders, so if someone needs a potion, I mean, feel free. Press or hold up the bag of holding. We should have at least one.
Mm.
Dune, roll me a perception check, please.
Well, for now, keep them there. We'll divide them up in the city once we come up with supplies and stuff.
Will do. Professor puts the bag of holding back at his side and pats it. Hops back on his camel.
It is midday, Dune. keeping an eye out, watching, observing the flank, making sure that there's no unexpected visitors. Nothing to catch your attention.
Okay.
So Bane's gonna ask the Dune, what did it feel like being controlled? Are you controlled, or is it just something talking to you?
I just stare at him and I don't really answer him. I just stare at him.
Daisy will say, you know, for being well educated, that was a very uneducated move.
Well, for me, it felt like they basically took over the whole thing. So
It was definitely a full-on control, but he was still aware. Probably, given his
I just
reaction.
when she says aware, I just look at her very much.
Your reaction said everything. So that's why I assumed you were fully aware.
Mm.
When you see Daisy's back to normal, not being cold or anything.
I still just keep my distance in the back. Don't answer Man's question at all.
you still have that axe to your side.
Absolutely.
Like, isn't that what caused this whole issue in the first place?
It's cursed, so it's attached to him. And I'm afraid that if it's a demon lord, then it might not be a simple curse. He may die if we remove the curse. So we need to, or at least I need to do some more research on that weapon. Or have you identify it, see what's changed.
Couldn't hurt. But I don't know if Dune will let me hold it for a minute.
My hand's firmly on my axe.
Both of them holding the axe now.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll see as this is happening, you'll watch as Tullius is observing this little exchange. Daisy, you'll see Tullius reaching to the back of his belt. Seems to be placing his hand on something that is resting there, while keeping his eyes directly on.
On who?
His eyes are on Dune,
Okay.
and
Look at
he seems to be
Tullius.
holding something that is currently attached to his belt, and is very clearly aware of what Dune is capable of, which is why he
Yeah.
probably.
I'll just
Uh,
move the camels around so that the children are like covered by the camels.
mm-hmm. You do see Tullius is like making like a step as he's moving away from the entrance of his stash, still holding the thing that's behind his belt with one hand. Will make a like curvature line to essentially become that blockade along with the camels to essentially create a barrier between himself, Dune, and the children. I will say with your passive perception, Daisy, you are free to make a perception check to see exactly.
Right? Oh, baby, natural 20. There it
We love
is.
seeing those.
Oh, Mike,
Okay.
I get a natural 20. Everybody's happy.
Daisy, you see what seems to be a collective ball of metal bands that he seems to be holding the back of his.
Sort of like the ones that Rogish had.
Very familiar, yes.
Okay.
Seems familiar in make to one that Rogish had. but more, definitely more in the style and material for this more native.
Gotcha.
You would believe that this is essentially a magical item that is for encasing and entrapping a certain individual that would allow them to be encased, stopped and restrained from doing any spell casting or any further action.
Gotcha.
They will continue to watch, and Van and you will identify the axe.
Yep.
Okay. Casting Identify on the axe. You will understand that there is indeed a very heavy curse on the axe that has now been placed by unknown means to you. However, you do know that residing inside of the axe, solely placed by some form of ritualistic means, is some form of Demon Lord's essence or spirit, essentially linking the weapon to Dune. You would believe that breaking this particular curse would either break the link between Dune and the weapon, and therefore breaking the chain to the Demon Lord, or you'd be breaking the chain from Dune's soul to the Demon Lord. You're not entirely sure which one it is, but you have a feeling that removing the weapon Dune in this current state is either going to remove the Demon Lord from Dune or remove Dune from his body.
Hmm. Both could be a good thing. I tell Daisy about it. But make sure that Dune's not around when I say it.
So I was right. Why do these always higher entities have such a steep price to pay?
Oh, to them it's not a seat prize because they don't care about our soul.
That is true.
They're basically like an ant to them.
Just another morsel. Alright, we should get moving before we lose the sunlight.
Tullius's
Okay.
hand moves away from his belt, steps forward.
Yes, I do believe that is correct. The more light we have, the lesser chances of us dealing with our airborne friends. However, that also leaves us exposed to anyone that might be giving us a hard time on the ground. So, eyes open, and if we do come across anyone from Estera, I will take the lead.
Okay.
Very
Unless
well.
anyone here wishes to take the lead in my stead, and I will be your backup.
No, you should definitely be the one in charge when we meet Esterans.
You'll see him look around for a moment.
I would have to agree until we reach the capital.
You'll see him nod for a moment before eventually starting to make his way onto his camel. We'll look over towards you, Professor Jax. You'll see Jax looking towards you, Professor, and just like, let's keep going. Are you gonna still teach Jax, Professor? Or are you done teaching him?
Professor.
Mr. Professor?
I think he went to AFK.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
he did.
So for the time being,
what
Jax
about
is
the
going to chill
prophecy?
with Professor. The prophecy! As you are moving out, you'll catch up to Tullius, asking about prophecy, and he'll look over his shoulder towards you, carefully lowering. Professor, are you still teaching Jax, or are you letting Tullius return to him?
If Jax wants to keep riding with me, I got no. Yeah.
Oh
we'll
yeah,
keep-
oh yeah. Jax is
Okay.
gonna keep riding with you.
Sure, yeah. I'll
You're
keep
teaching him
instructing
things that
him.
he wants to learn. Tullius is going to move back, seeing that you are keeping an eye on Jax. Will move over to Daisy on the camel, keeping speed with her. We'll look over towards you.
So, what exactly did you want to know about this prophecy, my dear?
If possible, everything.
Well, essentially, it was said at the beginning of the creation of this particular land, before there was the creation of the Seven Sisters. You see, there are essentially 9 different rings of hell. Of the 9, there was 8 of them, apart from one who seemed to be more powerful than the others, which I believe goes by the name of Asmodeus. It is said that the other 8 denizens of the 9 rings all wanted to have some form of power to go against the one that was more powerful, that is Asmodeus himself. And it is said that forming their blood and some form of ancient magic allowed them to create offspring. Surprisingly enough, all of these offspring was female, therefore created the 7 sisters, that each had the blood of a different devil lord that controlled each of the separate rings of hell. The only one that did not partake in this ritual was the 5th ring. It is said that of these 7 sisters, each had their own particular fashion of liking. One particularly fond of trade, the other particularly fond of war. It was all their own particular fashion that soon caused them to be transferred over towards the main material plane. As it was said, that the one that was on the 5th ring had grown jealous of the others and their prodigies, therefore had told Asmodeus of the supposed offspring that would supposedly challenge him in the future, and these sisters were sent to the material plane to escape his grasp, supposedly no longer able to be seen within his gaze. The 7 sisters each has the power of one of the devils that had grown born to it, each having the skills and the powers that would allow it to have advantages over the denizens of this land. It was said that each of the 7 sisters created beings of their own influence. It is said that each of the parts of this particular continent is separated by the influence of the sister that had been residing there. It was then a number of 100 years as the sisters had slowly grown their civilizations and started to become almost a form of demigod-like patron to their followers, that Asmodeus finally find them. It is said that once this land was filled with green and lush. It was filled with life, and people would thrive. And when Asmodeus found them, was when the culling and the great fires burned. This great land, once lush and green, filled with life and prosperity under the Seven Sisters regime, was quickly burned to cinder by the great destroyer's name. It is said that Asmodeus turned this land asunder for almost 100 years, searching and destroying whenever he could find a sister still surviving in this wrecked ruin of what it once used to be. It is rumored that some of the bodies are still buried within the sands of Essrena. The bodies of the sisters still reach out trying to grasp out to any form of life that dare try to bring them back. It is said that one of those that can speak to them and can turn themselves to the thrones of the Seven Sisters, that they will speak to them a prophecy of when the Seven Sisters could possibly return and turn this land to the beautiful paradise it once was. But that, of course, it is rumored to say that with the return of the Seven Sisters could also be the return of Asmodeus. And once again, the ruin of this land.
Well, you did have more information than that giant, that's for sure.
Well, I do have to say I probably have been there for most of the time. I did have to keep an eye on most of this stuff whenever I grew up here, seeing as Asteria is originally my home.
Indeed. So you said only one who's been chosen by them can walk in and receive a prophecy?
That is apparently what is said. You have to be chosen by the sisters. You have to be spoken to by the sisters, and eventually, whenever you are granted the passage, you are to enter the crucible, speak to them, and they will tell you the path of which you must take.
And usually people who decline their offer don't return, I guess.
That is correct.
And
Many
I should count
say,
myself lucky then.
and is that right?
Indeed.
Well, I won't exactly ask why. I'll simply say that if you're so have plenty of others. As I said, I only know of 3 that have spoken to the Seven Sisters and returned, but I know of thousands who have actually gone there and tried.
What in particular do you know about Lagni, the seventh sister?
The youngest,
Indeed.
she's, first of all, the most naive, from what I've heard, but she is usually one of the most kinder. She was one of the outer of the 9 helms. I believe she was the 8th, if I am correct. I don't remember who is the denizen of that particular ring.
Would I
However,
know?
Roll me a religion check, please.
Can I guidance this roll?
Yes.
Damn. Go on. Go. Fuck.
Oh,
12.
Sadly.
Let's see. So it would be this particular ring. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. No, it would not be that one. You'd be going to the 8th wheel. So, okay. Oh no, wait, hold on. Wrong one. Give me a second. So it is actually the 7th circle of hell. That is the 7th sister's domain. You would know, let's see, with a 12. You would know that the place is known as Maladomini. Maladomini is essentially a large ruined city filled with stagnant rivers, exhausted barren quarries and stripped mines, stone aqueducts and lava canals. It is known as simply the Ring of the Damned and the Ring of the Ruined. It is said that cities and civilizations that had been claimed by the denizens of the Nine Hells, when they originally fall and finally are claimed by dark magics such as being packed in deals, are essentially sent to Maladomini to essentially ruin and burn, to essentially fester and break apart, to slowly dwindle in time itself. And usually the denizens of these civilizations and cities are also transported over to the Nine Hells, either to be twisted, manipulated, or become possessions of those that currently are denizens of this particular domain. You would know that the only place that is of note is the place that the Devil Lord is currently in, which is a large, complex labyrinth filled with dungeons that have inner cities intermingled from within. But there is no particular information on that particular demon lord. Or devil lord, should I say. Archdevil. You would know that the 9th deepest ring of hell is where Asmodeus sits. With the information of your religion, you would know that the 8th ring of you would know that the 8th ring of the hells is Kania, which is a freezing cold domain.
Gotcha.
Apart from that, you do not seem to really know much about the Nine Hells when it comes to the actual rings of the Nine Hells themselves. Further research might be needed.
She is not exactly known to this land, apart from, one could say, the land that is now known as Koinos. which I believe is where a vast number of the newer denizens seem to be coming from, or at least basing themselves there.
So, what would you say if they had prophesied that the first sister should not rule?
Then I'd have to agree with them.
He'll continue to ride forward, giving you a look of almost a sternness to his words.
If you are speaking about the first princess, then yes. The war princess of Essrena should not be the one that is currently ruling.
Well, just so you know, since we're in the front after all, it was the first princess who declared martial law in Anikotal.
You see him sigh for a moment, turn his head forwards, facing in the direction of the northwest, which heads directly towards Estera.
Have you heard about any of the other civilizations?
Oh, the others are fine. The
Just
reason,
Hotel?
yes, this is all rumors and conjecture. It's because apparently the third sister was sighted there.
You'll see him immediately pull the reins of his camel.
She's alive?
I said it's a rumor.
I made sure that her advisor was sent in a direction I don't. Where did you get this information?
You'll see him stop the camel at this point.
Back home in respite.
And where exactly did you get this information from?
An information broker.
What name and where?
I can't say.
He is going to halt the camel. Watching you now, Daisy will look around at the others. You see him look back towards you, Daisy. Cold look in his eyes, will inspect you for a moment.
So he's looking straight at me?
Oh,
At this
yes.
moment, I will mouth out, she is alive.
Eyes widen, you see the pupils dilate. He will look again towards the group, not saying a word, but
That's good.
will look towards you.
I'm just
Daisy
pretending not to
Mhm.
pay attention.
will mouth the word where.
I want to insight check his intentions.
Inside check.
Come on, game. You screwed me over here, man.
Serious,
Oh my goodness.
like a royal guard protecting his princess. You're basically telling him that he has a duty that needs to be fulfilled, and he now needs to. He wants to. You've
I will
just
map out.
basically given him some major information that he did not know about.
I will mouth to him, Avon.
Cold stare directly towards you. Will turn his gaze towards the group. Lock eyes with you, Professor, now seeing that you are seemingly following this conversation. Will turn back towards you, Daisy. Why?
At this point, Daisy will open her notebook and write.
He's
And I
going to
will write
hold
too.
his hand up, wave it for a moment, as if to say, don't bother, and is going to whistle out. Professor.
Mhm.
You see Jax look up for a moment at the whistle, and you'll see him look up towards you before he's going to quickly hop off the camel.
Enjoyed the company, Jack.
See you in a moment. And he is going to make his way over. He'll look over to the other figures that are currently with the rest of your company.
I suggest someone here looks after the ones that do not need to listen to this conversation. We need to discuss things right now. I
Indeed.
believe I've been holding my end of the bargain, but there seems to be some things that you're withholding from me. So,
I am willing to tell you everything. I
either,
just needed to know if you were trustworthy.
is there a way to make sure that the young ones cannot hear this conversation any further?
Just going farther away.
No. I will not have them further away from my sight than needed. If
Well
you have
then,
any available options to stop them from hearing this conversation, I would be
Cover your ears,
greatly
children.
appreciated.
well, I didn't prepare for that. Let's see, how long does this last? No, it's a minute.
The one time the group didn't take silence.
I know, right? Like
Good
shit.
spell. It's a really good spell.
That's
Yeah, Professor does.
I can make a little pocket you guys can talk in.
I know. I'll look at Tullius. I'm like, I'll be speaking a language that a lot of people don't speak, but I can cast a spell on you so you can understand me and only me.
No, never mind then.
That should be more than suffice. What language would you like for us to speak?
Primordial.
You see him reach behind his ear, drag his finger behind his ear. You see a small glyph that is currently resting behind it, tattooed into the skin.
I'll test it out by speaking in Primordial. Does he understand what I'm saying?
You speak it,
Mhm.
and one moment. You see the tattoo flash for a moment of a magical aura, and he seems to pick up the information, give a nod before speaking back in Primordial.
Yes, I do believe I understand.
Very well. The reason I didn't tell you originally is I didn't know if you were loyal to the first sister. So I couldn't risk it. I promised her not to put her in danger. However, she was kidnapped due to her own foolishness, sadly, and is now being held captive in Avon. But the people holding her captive do not know the importance of who she is.
You see Tullius's hand brushing over the pommel of his blade at the mention of her being an Avon. Especially given the fact that she is kidnapped. You see his thumb brushing over that pommel part, taking a small note, slowly nodding his head, will look directly up towards you. Speaking in primordial,
Mm-hmm.
I hold no loyalty to the princess. She is the reason why I originally left the military. If we are going to be perfectly clear, I did not leave the military on purposeful grounds. One could say that I left without order. I'm going to go ahead and relinquish this information, Miss Amaryllis. The main reason as to why you'll be allowed into the walls of Estera in the first place is because they will be arresting me the moment they see me, that we meet at the capital. And the reason that you'll be joining me is because you'll be the witness to my arrest. I am simply ensuring the safety of my family. What I will tell you now is I have zero trust in the First Princess. She has continued this war that her father has started for almost 100 years from now. I have continued in this war for almost 60 years of my life. And it has been fruitless. Simply because of the fact that the people that we are attacking, or the creatures, should I say, that we are attacking, are merely innocent. We're attacking their land, and we are simply trying to take over when we do not belong, which is, funnily enough, what is happening towards our southern barrier as we speak. She is negating that particular fact, casting her eyes away from the obvious denizens that are currently taking over her southern continent, and instead turning her blind eyes to a fruitless war towards the north. I believed that my company and I would possibly have an advantage to speak to possibly the second princess who is currently fighting the war towards the north. However, she has been busy trying to maintain the structure and the well-being of our people towards that front, without losing a counter-offensive in the advantage, should we suddenly get flanked on both sides. My attention instead turned to the third princess. I had sent a letter to her advisor, who had apparently decided to take a small trip. She was supposedly going to be sent to be a supposed greeting to the denizens of Respite, some form of formal parley or some form of greeting of the royalty to the local people. Sadly, apparently, there was some form of interference, and she was redirected to Trist. I was trying to find the advisor a number of months. However, the last piece of information that I had found was involved with a giant worm that seems to be staying within the northwestern continents of Respite itself. I sadly could not find the advisor months, maybe a year from now. I have lost contact with the third princess ever since. I decided to leave the military at that point. My company was mostly disbanded when I had officially left and gone AWOL. They are still out there, however, I do believe that a number of them have returned to the forces towards the north. So I do believe that my company might be a lot smaller than I originally believed. But with time, I do believe that I could gather them once more. If what you say is true, Miss Amaryllis, and the third princess is alive, then perhaps a prophecy could happily be fulfilled. Seeing as one of the three that was able to speak to a sister and not disappear is of that of the third sister. Of third princess, should I say.
I will tell Delius that the reason I asked what he thought about the seventh sister is because she tasked me find the third princess.
He'll look over at you, give a slight chuckle, a hint of a smile crawling up at the corner of his mouth.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Very well. You've held up your end of the bargain. I will hold up mine. All I ask is you look after my son for the time being. Or at least try and find him a place to stay.
Sorry for asking, but do you know if his mother is still among the living?
She's alive.
You'll see him scratching the back of his head.
She's just a bit far away.
How far?
You can see that even though he has relatively deep, dark skin, you can see that there is a particular tinge growing on his cheeks, as he is like,
I can't say in particular, but I'd say a fair ways to the north.
Do I know of any city fairway to the north?
city.
City,
only thing that
town, village.
The only thing that you've heard mentioned towards the north is the war.
Okay, then I would ask, you have a picture or something of her? Because I could attempt to scry.
I did. Yes, back at the stash. Although that wasn't exactly the best of times. I do have something of hers.
And you'll see him reach into his chest pocket and pull out what seems to be a diamond encrusted feather.
Because yes, because scrying it could give me a good sense of direction.
You see what seems to be a diamond encrusted feather made out of gold plate lining. You'll see what seems to be a set of infernal runes that line the bottom of the feather's stem. Daisy, looking at this, and anyone here just watching this conversation, looking at this feather alone, the piece of jewelry and all of the diamonds inside of it could easily equal to maybe over 10,000 gold.
I look at it, I look at him, I look at it, I look at him. Brother man, how rich is she?
He carefully places the feather back into his chest pocket, looks forwards for a moment, and swallows before finally muttering in primordial,
Royalty.
and will continue to march forwards with his camel.
I'll yell back in front of him. You son of a bitch. There's no way she's the second princess, is she?
Continues to go forwards with his camel.
Dahlias, you son of a... Oh! Daisy's flabbergasted. No wonder you didn't want to say if there was royalty in the carriage.
Does not say a word and continues to go forwards with his camel. Even starts to start kicking it to make the camel go faster.
I ordered the camel to stop.
Abruptly stops. So he's gonna make a dexterity saving. Fuck's sake. Okay, he holds on to the reins, doesn't get bucked off as the camel comes to an abrupt stop.
Daisy just
with
walks
the-
up next to him. You forget, these camels are mine. There's no running away from this, Tullius.
Continues to stare forwards, does not look towards you.
So I guess you're meeting your sister-in-law, huh? I'll be joining you when you come face to face with her. Let's keep going. And I hop back on my camel and say, we go forwards. In common.
He continues to move forwards. As he will look over towards you and will whisper something to you.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys can continue forwards. Is there anything else anyone wishes to do during their travels or during the rest of the day?
Nah, I think we're good to just keep on going.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. Using the guidance of Tullius and using the walls and the mountainous crevices that he is more familiar with, he will guide you guys around, allowing you guys to go through this place without any particular issue. So let's see. I will allow anyone here to roll me a d10. And you guys will be negating the bad effects should you roll it, so it'll be just a normal effect.
I'll take it since I just got here.
There you go.
So it can only be normal or good. They cannot be bad, because Tullius is with you.
Cease.
Yes.
Ease.
Okay. You continue forwards. No events that seem to come across your path, except for the small cloud of smoke and dust that seems to be now returning from the south, returning up towards the north in the certain general direction as you guys are heading. As you guys are starting to turn this corner, you'll see Tullius begin to guide you guys up the side of the mountain, allowing you guys to go up the incline and gain a higher perch outside of the normal road that you guys have been using. He'll guide you guys over to a small little outpost eagle spot that he always used to use whenever he was scouting out the southern side of Estera. As he will find a small little pocket, allowing you guys to have a full night of ration and wine without having to use any of your supply for the night and the next
Okay.
day.
Lovely.
So you guys don't need to use any of the wine for tonight or in the morning, as he will be able to give you a supply from his personal stash. And given the elevation, you guys will not need a watch tonight. However, you can have one should you choose to.
Okay.
He is going to look around for a moment, looking towards you, Daisy, as the line finger goes down the back of his ear, allowing the tattoo to activate. He will once again speak in primordial.
We will have one more day until we reach the outer ring of Estera.
Very well. Spend it with your kid.
Thank you.
Don't let the professor take him this time.
No, I will have a few things.
Hey, we had a perfectly lovely riding day. I think you had fun. You have fun, Jack?
We're in talking in primordial. Do you
Oh,
understand?
you're still
Talking
primordial.
Yeah, we're
Yep.
talking in
Oh,
primordial. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't understand.
You hear like rock noises, lava
Yeah,
noises, wind
just you
noises,
hear-
water noises.
Okay, then.
Running water.
Just the sound of running water. You'll hear Tadius nod for a moment.
I will make sure that everything that needs to be said will be said. He is old enough to know what is right and what is wrong, and hopefully he is old enough to understand that this is the right thing to do. I don't know anyone in the capital. I don't know who would be close to take him in, but I'll entrust him to you for now. Until I'm able to get out.
There may be someone who can be somewhat trustworthy. That be the professor's father. As for my family, well, can't trust slavers as far as you can throw them. After all.
You see him narrow his eyes at the mention of slavery.
I should clarify. My family's the one being held hostage.
The eyes do not waver.
If you ever hear name of House Vidalis, don't ever trust them. And I reveal my arm.
He'll look down, take a slow nod.
I will do my best to remember it.
Will carefully begin to make his way over to Jax and will quietly speak to him in the corner, quietly conversing father to son. The two twins are quietly eating with each other, quietly talking in Infernal. Seems to be relatively quiet amongst each other. The smaller one is currently sleeping at this moment in time. The one from Annie Kotal, she is currently sat down, messing around with a small straw doll that she's been fashioning over time. Are we making a watch list for the night, or are we allowing you guys to have a full rest option?
Full rest, but I would like to talk to Dune as the sun sets.
Okay.
They only need to sleep 4 hours. I'll be up for half the night anyway, working on blueprint. Thinking about ways to make my machine.
Gotcha. So,
I don't care which hours I'm up.
gotcha. So we will go ahead and make a watch. First, second, third, fourth.
I'll do 1 and 2. Why not?
Fred gets 1 and 2.
Bane, I'll do 3 or 4.
And that's so convenient that you guys can just do that.
Isn't it great?
I know, right?
Everyone
so
else, you all
good.
can just sleep. Like honestly.
Yeah,
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
so cool. It's like I got this part, you got that part. Yep, we good. We Gucci.
My perception is a 0, but it's fine.
I'll lend you
It's
my
cool,
shield.
it's cool,
You'll have
it's fine.
advantage.
No
It's
worries.
fine.
That's true. I
There you
don't
go.
That's a
have
good
to
thing.
turn to it,
It's
right?
unattunable.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
just give it to you. You can use it while I'm asleep.
Yep.
Easy peasy.
And then to wake you up, I throw it at your head.
Ah!
Wonderful. I love it.
Why is there metal raining from the sky? We're being attacked. Oh, okay.
Tullius will join Vrek on the second watch.
And he was never heard from again.
Bum bum bum.
Silly surface creature.
Last
Tully
watch, I
sits
guess I'll just
down.
get up early.
So about those trolls. No.
Matter deconstruction. Sorry.
Power kill. No.
I have a lovely baseball we can play catch with. Go about 90 feet that way.
Anyways, so that will be the supposed watch for the night. However,
Who's up at fourth
As-
watch? Aside from me.
Vannon.
Where is Jack sleeping in relation to Tullius?
They would be sleeping right next to each other during this night.
Okay. Okay. From traveling with him, how perceptive is Tullius, as far as I've seen?
He has his moments.
Okay.
When he has to, of course.
Do I want to? Yeah, I want to. On my watch, I want to rouse Jax, and assuming no one else wakes up, I want to school him in the art of the sneak attack while everyone's sleeping.
Oh
my man over
my
here, he's
goodness
cooking a
gracious.
royal. That is a rogue. My man.
Oh, no.
Okay,
This is fantastic.
so go ahead and first of all roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
You're using Jax as a demonstration, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so stand with your back turned to me, Jax. This will be cool.
It won't take long. And he was never heard from again.
Some could say that it's a real snap to get right in your mind.
28.
Relatively easy. You're able to tap Jax awake. He looks over for a moment, looks over at you, quietly slips out with your guidance away from Tullius's grasp. Eventually will work with you for the next 2 hours on the last shift under a little bit of guidance. Will eventually start to learn a little. Go ahead and roll me just a base intelligence check to really see how well you can teach him.
Nice. That's so much better than I hoped for.
For the next 2 hours, he's actually pretty light-footed already. And after speaking to him with a little bit of conversation, You'll find that when he was younger, he was able to sneak around and get stuff out of the kitchen of the royal house, and was usually pretty just naturally light-footed. The issue was that he was never really good with his hands. You were you're able to essentially teach him a few tricks of the trade to essentially help him at least get general guidelines to at least help him maneuver and at least get a genuine idea of how to maneuver tools to at least try and be a bit more sneaky and a bit more devious and skullduggery. And by the end of the 2 hours, as the sun does eventually come up, he does seem to have a bit more of a knack to it.
Perfect. And right toward the end of the shift, I'll just you best go lay down next to your pop, pretend to get up.
Gives you a slight nod, smiles before essentially slipping back into his sleeping bag and pretends to go back to sleep.
Nice.
Daisy and Dune,
Hmm.
we will have your conversation at the start of the next session.
Totally fine.
Because it is sadly that time, because hot damn, it went fast.
Already? Oh
Yeah.
shit! I wasn't even watching the time. Okay.
It do be.
So,
We're almost at the city.
Right there.
one day from the capital, you now know, essentially, Tullius's full plan.
Well, I do. I didn't tell anyone
Yeah.
else. Unless they speak
Not yet.
primordial, then yeah, they understood.
Right. Essentially, eventually the party will know Tullius's full plan, essentially. However, it would be very likely that he is not going to see you guys in the inside of Estera unless you guys find a reason to get him out of his situation. However, you guys are one day from the capital. And a possible few days from Avin. We are one day down. See, you guys got 13 days remaining on that bounty.
Yeah, we gotta get in the high gear here.
There's not gonna I'll say this: if we take the 10 days to level up, there's no way we do
Yeah,
that
no,
bounty.
we can't make it there in 3 days. I was already looking at it.
Vrek is
It's not
keeping track
doable.
of the days and constantly reminding the group.
Sure he
You are now at
Oh,
12 and a
yes.
half days,
is.
leader, professor.
Yeah.
We would have
No
had an
downtime
extra.
and-
We would have
yeah.
had an extra day or two. Just-
I know. Think you after traveling for a while, you'll learn these things just pop up.
You know, I also do like how Jax just told Professor out of nowhere that the royal kitchen. like, yeah, no, I used to sneak into the royal kitchen. Like,
Professor already suspected. I saw from that there's a picture of Tullius and his Jackson's mom
oh yeah,
in his room, and she looked like a noble bird. I didn't know that high up, but
bro.
Professor already had an idea.
Like when Rob said 10,000 days, he says we're like, what, no.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah, tens of thousands. it's like Daisy's mind. It's like, am I a supporting side character in some romance fantasy novel? That's literally what went through her mind.
So, just for notes, the details of this particular thing this is a golden encrusted owlbear feather littered with 2,000 diamonds.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! Completely encrusted in diamonds, then?
Wow, that's kind of nuts.
That's just an obscene waste of extravagance. I'm just saying.
It really is, but it
Um,
just
Literally
screams.
royalty shit.
there is a reason
Just rich
to
people stuff.
the amount of. There's a reason to the price of this item. Because technically it is a material component.
What the
What?
what the fuck?
There's only like
want to
2
know.
spells I can think of, and one of them doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna say it, but
Right.
well, I'll say
Like,
the
if
one that
it's-
doesn't make sense. The one that doesn't make sense is the feast.
I was going to say it's probably
Heroes
True
Feast?
Resurrection or something
Heroes
like that.
feast. Oh,
Yeah.
true. It could be like
Yeah, with the
Because-
diamonds.
because
I
of the
assumed it
diamonds,
was
yeah.
high level.
it could be
yeah,
true.
some
It
kinda
could
high
be
level
true
healing.
res.
Yeah, I was thinking True Restoration. Like
True
it's
Resurrection.
the only one that's like sorry, yeah.
All right.
No, it's like
Yeah, I could see that.
50,000 diamonds, something crazy like that. Or
Yeah.
yeah. It's the only one that
But
comes to mind.
it is essentially a owlbear feather medallion that is encrusted with 2,000 diamonds. That totals over 10,000 gold pieces.
I should show it off.
Dude, that's what royalty does. You've been calling Daisy royalty? Nah, bro, you're about to learn.
But just for note, again, Tullius is a very rugged, very like doesn't show any like fashion at all. Like his armor is very like almost dusty, like it's been like weathered over time. He's not showing any signs of jewelry. He is like stoic military dude. And he
Yeah.
just has extremely like expensive piece of jewelry that really does not make any sense for him to have.
Yeah,
He
no,
just
that's
has
like
to.
Daisy just was like, yo, am I on romance fantasy right now? Because he loves
No.
that shit. And she's like, oh shit.
Yeah, he just likes to collect very expensive feathers.
Tullius is really D&D Morgan Freeman.
I'm Tullius.
If anyone understands that
Alright,
reference,
Tullius.
congratulations.
I am, and I always will be, Tullius Avani.
Like some Tullius wouldn't notice who was missing.
Of course not. Yeah.
He wouldn't.
Nope.
What is a What is a
Guys
cat?
all the time.
So how did Grave Undertakings suddenly disband? Oh, it all started with an owl bear feather.
We'll start with an owlbear feather. What's so important about that owlbear feather?
2,000 diamonds.
Diamonds. Suddenly, heist music begins. Dun, 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 dun,
They're
dun,
found in the
dun,
possession
dun,
of
dun,
Jax.
dun, dun, dun. Suddenly, we cut to a different screen with Fester and Vannon working on a randomly arcane keyboard. Don't worry, we're in the mainframe.
Vannon pulls up his hoodie. Because they're always
For
in
whatever
hoodies.
reason, both of them are wearing blacked out sunglasses.
Yep. Hoodies and black sunglasses. I'm in.
There's suddenly a transition where it's Harry and Vrek going up to a side door, placing 2 charges. Both of them just stand aside. Charges placed! Blowing now! Boom! You just see Dune and Daisy coming through on a rhinoceros, charging through the blasted hole.
15 seconds till door 2 as the rhino goes charging past.
Strike Team R going in! Dun, 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 dun. Suddenly
Now,
it's
dude, don't jump
Vannon
off.
Suddenly it's Vannon and the professor once again, but somehow they're on the top of a mountain, suddenly
Dimension door.
gliding off the fucking edge. Suddenly, like webbed freaking wings come out, like spy style. They're gliding down towards the same space that everyone's going to. It's just like SEAL Team Strike going in.
They got to the top of the mountain because dimension door easy.
Exactly.
Grave undertaking. Dig him down.
Vannon polymorphs Professor into a paraglider.
No, if we're off the top of the mountain, I pull him over him into like an elephant, and he just falls flat on this
And how are you getting down?
misty step.
A mountain?
It's a very long Missy step.
I could have 100%
Okay,
expected
yeah.
him to turn him into a pterodactyl, like an
Vannon
eagle, and
jumps
just fucking,
off a
like,
cliff
jumped
and
off, grabbed
frickin-
the freaking like legs, and just glided with him.
Vannon polymorphs Professor into an elephant. He falls. Vannon jumps off swan dive style. And yeah, 100 feet before he falls, Misty Step.
Exactly.
There you go.
And Professor tries to prevent the polymorph, and then he just portents it because he rolled a 3 apparently.